powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you're denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
He has always cited the saving grace of Christ Jesus as the reason he escaped a near-death experience in 2013 when he was involved in a car accident. The former musician whose hit song Opedodo made waves in 2011 when it emerged, is a preacher today, and he's our guest on today's episode of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign as part of our 22nd anniversary celebrations. Elsie is our guest. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Good, by grace.
It's been about 7 years since you had your experience.
Sure.
Does it come back to you from time to time?
Yeah. I think even just last week, I was praying, and while I was praying, it came back to me. I visualized again how God took me out and how it was a near-death experience, and I just thanked God that moment, So it does come sometimes. It does come, and when it comes, I just realize how good God has been to me, and how faithful and merciful He has been, and then I thank Him. Yeah, so it does come like that.
So the most recent one, where it came back to you during your prayer session, how was it like? What did you see? Can you just recount everything, the whole experience?
I was praying, but then I was in a place of thanksgiving. So I was thanking God, and then I just remembered how I nearly lost my life some years ago, and how it was a near death experience. That moment, I just thought of the car, how it was upside down, how it landed on its head after veering off or swaying off the road from the inner lane to the outer lane, somersaulting 3 times and landed on its head like that. I was actually unconscious when that happened. And so I always, whenever I remember that moment, I always try to imagine how it was like, because I didn't see it with my physical eyes. I was told, I was dozing off when that it happened on the road, when the car got off the road. So I didn't see how the car turned and all, and I heard, and in the process my head banged, and I got unconscious, so I didn't know where I was, and I was up and bleeding. So that moment when I was praying, I was just trying to imagine and visualize that moment, because that was a dangerous moment for me. That was the time.
Could have ended it for you.
Exactly. I would have died. So I just remembered that time, and I tried visualizing how it was like, because I didn't see with my eyes, with my naked eyes.
Who was in the driver's seat?
A friend of mine, Puku. He was driving the cars at that time. It was his car, and I was in the passenger seat. We had gone for a meeting at the Accra Mall, and we were coming back, and he was driving. So when we got to the toll booth, I was a bit tired, so I laid back like that. I was in the passenger seat and closed my eyes. I dozed off. After some time, I heard his voice. I heard him saying, complaining, "This driver, why did he cross me like that?" And so without opening my eyes, I was like, "Oh, don't mind him," because I was sleepy. So no mind. And then everything just went off. I didn't know what had happened. Everything went off. I was shut down, off, total blackness out. So
the last thing you said before the blackout was no mind now. I see.
So, and when I woke up again, I was laying on my back like that, and I was in so much pain, my head and my neck, my arm, and I was in tears and complaining, wailing, and there was someone beside me trying to console me. It could be cool down, and then everything just went.
You know who that was?
I'm suspecting it might be my friend. Yeah, because the pidgin language. Yeah, because we know that's at that time we use a lot of pidgin. When boys we made like that. Yeah, so because it was a pidgin language, it could be cool down. So I knew definitely it was either my brother or my friend, one of them. So, but because I couldn't see well, my eyes were open, but the vision was blurred and dark. Because I think as at that time, the blood also had covered my eye. Because I had to stand severe head injuries, deep cuts on my head and my arm. And I was bleeding all over. And so my eye, I saw a picture of me with my face covered in blood like that. So I'm now, after seeing that picture, I'm suspecting that as at when I was on my back, after getting conscious and wailing with someone beside me trying to console me, I'm suspecting that at that time I couldn't see well and the vision was dark because blood had covered my eyes. So my vision was dark and blurred. The blood had blocked my eyes, my vision.
And if you were in the passenger seat and this happened to you, what happened to your friend?
Yeah, God be so good. Nothing happened to him. You see, he was the wheel, behind the wheel, and the eye conscious. And when he knew. He told me that when the driver came from behind, overtook him, and was in front of him all of a sudden on the motorway in the inner lane, he was also speeding, top speed, and he wanted to swerve because he feared that even if he hits his brake, there might be a head-on collision. So he wants to swerve out into the outer lane and then carry on. And so in the process of swerving the car, he lost control. So he knew what he was about to do, and the car lost control. So I'm thinking probably he was able to manage, but then we thank God, but because nothing happened to him, he sustained no injury, and so he was able to get out of the car, found some people around, and then they caught me out from the car and rushed me. Because if he had gotten injured or had also gotten on me, I would have died. Because I was bleeding massively. I was bleeding. If you see pictures, there are pictures of me that I was seriously I don't like seeing them, and so we've not given them out also. Yeah, it's really, really powerful. And I would have died. I would have died.
But I mean, it's been some years after the whole incident. Before that, though, were you in a seatbelt?
Yes. God being so good, we're in seatbelt.
And you were that injured, even with a seatbelt?
Even with the seatbelt.
I can only imagine how bad it would have been.
I would have gone through the shield, the glass of the car. I would have gone through it, or I would have been somewhere else. Both I and my friends were in seatbelts, and because we're in seatbelts, when the car somersaulted like 3 times and landed on its head, it was upside down like that. Because of the seatbelt, I was hanging like that. So imagine, and even with that, I had sustained serious, head injuries and arm injuries, and was bleeding badly, and was off. And they had to rush me, but I would have passed, gone cry, So without the seatbelt, I would have gone through the windscreen or
gone out of the car or something.
Yeah, something worse.
And did it leave any scars that you look back on and like you just feel pain, or it's like a constant reminder of that incident, like a broken arm or a broken leg? Or
obviously my neck. Obviously my neck, because if I turn my neck now, it's not as flexible as it used to be before. Even though I'm a living testimony, I'm God's handwork of His miracle. I'm God's miracle today because I got healed by miracle. Doctors played their part, but God healed me. But even though I'm healed, when I turn the scar, like when my stature now, when I stand, my posture or my stature, you can see that there's a difference in the natural. That's not a natural way. There's something that will tell you that this guy has been through something. And so it's a constant reminder, and it's humbling, and makes you remember how far God has brought me also. Yeah.
Looking back, what would you have done differently if you had a chance?
Pertaining to the accident.
Yes.
Yeah. What I would have done is, when we're leaving home, when my friend came to Accra, when we got to the toll booth, deep within me, I felt something bad might happen.
I see.
Yeah, before, when we were taking the ticket, within me, I felt something bad. But that's at that time, I didn't have much knowledge concerning how God speaks to us and how all, I wasn't that spiritual. So I brushed it off. So after the accident, I remembered, and I was like, I should have listened to that. That was God. That was the Spirit of God, yeah.
So there was a prompting.
There was a prompting, exactly. The exact word, there was a prompting. But and also, the prompting came when we were at the toll booth, and we were taking the ticket. So even if I had said, no, Charlie, we shouldn't go, it's like we wouldn't.
There was very little.
Yeah, I also, so that made me think that even if, as at that moment, if I told my friend, Charlie, this is what I'm having, we shouldn't go. I was thinking, we are in the lane, people are behind us, and the motorways, and we are in the, we are the booth, we are taking the ticket. So at that moment, it would be inconvenient for him and all that, for him to, so I was like, let's go, let's move on. That also added up to it. So for us, for me, allowing for us to go ahead, so we went ahead. But then after the accident, I was like, if I'm to go back, I would have listened to that prompting and I would have stopped it right there. Or even my mom. When my mom said, I don't go, I would have listened to her and it wouldn't have happened. It means that it's not from God,
I know you move around a lot. In your moving around, you see pedestrians, you see motorists in general. From the time your accident happened till now, do you think anything has changed significantly on Ghana's roads, on the part of all the stakeholders, to help curb accidents on our roads?
I think that the media has been doing well in promoting safety on our roads. For that one, the education has been going on. And sometimes by the roadside, you see the road signs, over speeding kills and all that. When you go to the driving schools, they will teach you the safety. So the DVLA is working hard. For that, I know. Myself, I went to the driving school and I realized how hard they are working to keep those who come to the road, who use the road, disciplined and drive safely. But yet, when you're on the road, you see lots of indiscipline because people are refusing to change and people are refusing to go by the rules. People are refusing because they are in a hurry to make money, especially the commercial drivers, especially the trotro drivers and the motor cyclists, those who drive the motorbikes. They especially, they are so much in a hurry. They are in a hurry to make money. They are in a hurry to pick passengers. The trotro drivers want to pick passengers. Each one wants to get the most passengers, so they make money. They make money, and so because of that, they race. I mean, it's like a race on the road. This one wants to get ahead of this one to pick the next passenger. So it makes them run at top speed sometimes, and it's bad. And also the motorbikes. When you get to the traffic lights and it's the red is on and it's at a stop, we all stop, but you see them passing by still, not abiding by the rules, ignoring the light, and they just go. And sometimes when it's they are not even in their 40s yet, but the guy just died like that, And I think if we are disciplined on our road, all these things can be taken away. It's indiscipline. It's still there. People are refusing to change because they put self first. Self first. I'm going for that money. I need to get there in time. I need to, put in what they want. Thinking, caring less about others and those on the road, other people using the road, caring less about them, thinking of self. They place self first, and so other people end up dying. And it's bad. So please, we need to be disciplined and we need to put that first.
You've identified a lot of things you're seeing wrong with our system and that are encouraging a lot of crashes on our roads. I want you, just as we wrap up, to tell Ghanaians what you think we can do to change the narrative, to help save lives and to help deal with the menace of road accidents on our roads.
My advice to the motorists, pedestrians, drivers on our roads today is to be patient. Patience. Even the Bible says, let patience have its perfect work, that you may be complete and perfect, lacking nothing. If you have patience on our road, be patient enough to cross the road when you're about to cross. Be patient enough when you're driving and you get to the zebra crossing. Be patient enough when you're using the motorbike, when you get to the traffic light. Be patient. Be patient on the motorway. When we are patient like that, we'll get to our destination safely and we will lack no one. We will lack nothing. We will lack nothing. No soul will be lost, no life will be lost. Don't let someone's divine purpose come to an end. Don't let someone die prematurely because of your impatience. Please, let's renew our minds and be patient. My name is Elsie. Do the right thing, save a life.
Elsie, thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. We are glad you can sit here today and actually tell the world what you saw, and advise others so that they do the right thing and save others from going through what you went through. We appreciate your time and we thank you for speaking to GhanaWeb. He has seen it all and you heard what he had to say. He says you should do the right thing and save a life. Our guest today in this episode of GhanaWeb's road safety campaign has been Elsie. He has been sharing his experience with us. You can also join the conversation, make it bigger, let's spread the word. Join us on all our social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. You can also send us your videos on our WhatsApp platform, the numbers as you see on your screen. Let's make this work. Let's save lives and curb accidents on Ghana's road. My name is Wanda Amihegan, and thank you for joining us. This is how driving is usually done using an automatic vehicle. But we have someone who's doing it differently because of a challenge he has to deal with. He's a paraplegic, which means he's unable to use both his legs because they are paralyzed. But he has found a way around it with driving as a profession. In a little bit, we'll meet our guest and learn all about his story. My name is Wanda Amihegan. Welcome to this edition of People and Places. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back to continue the conversation. Driver who is paraplegic, and we want to find out and hear all about his story. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
Ella.
Yeah.
Sounds like the female version of Emmanuel. You know, Emanuela. Why the name Ella?
Nice. It's something that a whole lot of people have been asking about it, but it's an Ewe name.
Okay.
Yeah, Ella is not actually Ella, but it's Ella.
Ella.
Ella, meaning yes in a way. You know, when someone is asking you, will you go? You say, eh.
Okay.
Ola, yeah, eh.
Ella. It's
like
like
to emphasize.
very good.
Okay, so
it's
Ella,
yeah.
not Ella.
No, but we brofolize it to be Ella. So that's how it can be.
So who is Ella?
Right? Ella is someone who is born in a farm place in the eastern region. Complete school, SS there, and try to come to the city to look for greener pastures. But unfortunately, it didn't go the way he wanted. One sad day in my life is when I was working for a company, a roofing company. That was the work I was doing when I came to Accra. But unfortunately, one day I went to work, I didn't come back home working as I do previously. What happened is that I fell from a height, from 2-story building, landing bands, sitting, so it affects my backbone. I was operated, praying that probably it might get better, but it didn't go as I wanted. So as I'm talking right now, in short, that was what I'll say. But during that time, I had an opportunity to work somewhere, Ghana Highway. I was working at a toll booth, but they've dismissed me unlawfully. That makes me choose to do this work as an Uber driver.
When was this?
That was 15th November 2010.
2010.
Yeah.
So it's been about 10 years,
11 years
since
now.
that happened.
Yeah.
When did you find out that you couldn't walk normally again?
Okay, it's during after the accident, and I went for the operation. The thing happened at Adenta Commandos. So they took me to Legon, they couldn't do it. They transferred me to 37, they couldn't do it. All because of money at 37. And finally, they transferred me to Kolebu, and operation was done there. Praying, hoping that probably I may walk again, but after the operation, 3 months in the hospital, I was not able to walk again. So I just accepted, you know. Okay.
Yeah. And who were you living with when the accident happened?
Okay.
Were you alone?
Yeah, I was alone.
And so when you came back from the hospital and you couldn't walk, how did you manage it?
Yeah, it's very hard, but I was able to, because I'm someone, I hardly give up in life. Because if I may say a bit about my family, I'm the firstborn of 12 children. So I see that to be a burden on me or something that I have to help my siblings. So I never give up in life. So
has your family been supportive in all of this?
Oh, nice. My family my family are too much supportive. They are too much supportive. You know, one of my name is Ameto. I actually derive the name Ameto from the accident that I had.
So it's an adopted name?
Yes.
Okay.
I gave it to myself during the accident because I can see when the accident happened, the time it happened, those who truly showed me love were my family. My mother, my father. When I talk of family, that is my family. My mother, my father, and my siblings. They cherish me up to now. They cherish me because they know I'm a very important person to them in the family. So they support me from day one up to date as I'm talking to you.
Why did you choose Uber?
You know, in Ghana, when you become disabled, the society sees you to be some burdensome or someone who can't do anything. I don't know the kind of work that I can do because my educational background is not that much that I can say if I go to a company that I want to work and they will take me. I complete SS and I did a bit of diploma in ICT. But I don't know where I'm going to get job in Ghana here with that kind of qualification. So I have no option. When I was sacked from the work, a friend of mine who bought this car was using but traveled. So she gave me the car that I can use it for sometimes when she's back, she will come for it. So I decided not to just be using it in and out and not doing it too. So just to make good use of what the person has given me. That's why I choose to do the Uber, to get something to chop down, be begging or depending on someone for food. Yeah.
Did you try applying for any other job?
Okay, I did not try any other company because the way and manner which I was dismissed from the work, I think is unlawful. So I'm still pursuing the case to see if I'll get justice to it.
How were you dismissed?
You know, I work with my disability. I can't take trotro. If I stand with my wheelchair at the roadside, public transport don't pick me trotro because no trotro will be ready to be parking your wheelchair and those kind of things. So I use a taxi every day from here to Pobi, my toll booth, to work. So it was highway time. When I was there, and they gave the thing to a private man. When the private man came, he transferred me to go and work at a break. And I went to the office to discuss with the HR, and I told them that with my disability, if I said I'll be going to a break where the toll booth is and coming, the monthly pay that you are giving me is not going to reach my transport.
Because you use a
taxi every blessed day. Then they reverse so that I come and work at Pobimai. You know, I like Pobimai because I have a friend there who I know. You see the wheelchair in the house that the disabled to use like this.
Yeah.
I do sleep with that my friend. Then I'll just ride that and come to work without taxi. So that was helping me a lot. 3 months after I was working, then they transferred me to Dodua again. And I went to the office to tell them that, oh, again my name has appeared again. Then they said, okay, wait, you will hear from us. I've been waiting for the company for 3 solid months. I've just been waiting. I've been calling to verify, say, wait, we are working on it. Wait, we are working on it. December, I did it officially by writing them letter that this is the case. I'm staying in the house and they are not paying me and I'm not going to work. So what are they doing about it? In reply to that letter, they just give me a termination letter that they've sacked me for not going to work. So I think it doesn't serve well.
December which year?
Just 2020. We are in 2021.
Yes.
Yeah, 2020.
2020.
Yes.
So you lost your job last year?
Yes.
When exactly did you start the Uber business? Like which month?
Okay.
Which year?
When I was, it's 2020 because the person bought the car around September, August area. So when I've been using it to go to work because the person traveled around September there. So I use it to go to work and come. But when I close, you know, as I already told you that I love hard working. So when I working with Uber, but it wasn't as permanent like today as I'm talking to you. This is my permanent work that I'm doing. I started working with Uber for 7 months now. 7 months.
And how has it been for you?
Okay, the Uber job too is very hard. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think it's safe for me because it happens one day when I was driving. I dropped a passenger at Rollins Parking. I was just there around 5 o'clock. Then some guys, one of them was here and the other one was there. Before I realized, one was scratching my door here. Then another one was there. Then they picked my phone and ran away. It was broad daylight. I was just watching the guy going like this. I was like, I wish I can walk. So it's not safe for me, but I don't know. I don't have any option than to just do this work to survive and help my family.
How was it when you went to register?
Okay.
Knowing that you had a disability.
All right.
Did you have any challenges?
Okay. You know, Uber, they have 2 options. Either you go to the office or you do it online. So me, as I'm talking to you right now, I have not visited Uber office before. I did everything online because the writing of the exam, you have to go to the office. But me, I choose to do it online. So I did everything online. Just I have license, so they didn't question whether I'm a disabled. Uber does not have any platform to indicate whether you are a disabled person or you are an able person. So that registering for Uber work, it wasn't a difficult task for me at all.
And after registration, I mean, this is a normal automatic car. So when and how did the pedal come in? How did you design this to work with? Okay.
As I already said, the person who bought the car is also a disabled lady. She has been using one. She was the one who introduced me to driving a car with an assist device. So
she's your friend?
Yeah, she's my friend. Okay. So she bought one and she's using it, and I said, okay, I like this one. I want to also drive. Then she introduced me to the person who manufactured this thing. It is being manufactured in Ghana here. So after getting the car, I just get some money to buy this device, fix it on the car, and I'm using it.
Okay. Before we take a break, I want you to just demonstrate. Let's take a little ride.
Okay.
Let's see how you use the pedal. You would have to explain how it works.
Okay.
Yeah, so that the viewers would know how you manage to drive.
Okay. All right. So as it is right now, assuming it's off like this, okay, and I enter my car. You know, automatic, you have to first press the brake. I use my left hand to press the brake like this. When it goes down like this, it accelerates. So you either use here by pressing like this and pressing like this, or you can use this one. If you pull it up like this, it's braking. When it presses like this, it's accelerating. So I prefer using this one to start the car. I'll press it down and I use my right hand to press the.
That's the brake.
Yes, press the brake. Then I start the car. Okay. So after starting it, I'll still apply the brake, then move it to the drive. I'm good to go. So I hold it like this. I prefer using the right hand because it's very firm for me when I'm using it. And I like to use the left hand. It helps me, it helps me to control it correctly. So as you can see, I just press like this. Then I'm going. I want to stop, I'll just pull it up like this. Pull it up, then the car stops. But when it's going too speed, and I know with the speed, then I'll use this one like this. When you use this one, it applies at once brake. But with this one, it's slow brake. So I like using this one because it makes me move the steering very well.
Were you driving before your accident?
Yeah, I know how to drive. I was driving, but that was not the job that I was doing. I was just doing the carpentry work. But I knew how to drive before the accident happened.
We'll come back to the conversation. We are hearing Ellis' story. He's an Uber driver who is a paraplegic. And we want to know how life has been for him and how he is able to maneuver his way around as a professional driver. This is still People and Places. We'll be right back. Stay.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. Before the break, Ella was telling us about how he's able to manage driving as a paraplegic. So I'm just wondering though, how are you able to manage the pedal, still steer with one hand and focus on the road?
You know, when it comes to driving, I think every driver must be a focused man and very serious because driving involves life and death. So driving with one hand is drive, or you need a lot of experience of focusedness before you can drive with one hand.
Yeah.
So if I may say how I'm able to manage it, it's just that I'm a focused guy. You know, I don't joke with when it comes to work because I know when you are at the back of the steering, those are the back seat. Their lives
are very important. Have you ever been stopped by a policeman?
Yes, one of the policemen asked me why should DVLA even at the first point give me a license to drive. I just keep quiet and I was looking at him. After he finished talking, and I asked him, "Can I go?" Then he said, "Go." You know, all those kind of things. But I just ignored it and I moved my car and I was going.
I see. That's not very cool. But on the part of passengers, I mean, you deal with humans, some annoying, some rude, some patient. How has the reception from your passengers been since you started the job?
You know, this mentality of persons with disability have to be beggars on the street is something that is rare. I've experienced a couple of discrimination during this work, but just a handful of people do encourage me. One day I pick a guy, the guy drove for the car, then he reports me to Uber that I'm endangering people's life. The guy drove from the car, he said, no, he's not sure I can drive. So
he got down in the middle of the journey.
It's good. I just keep going. So when it comes to discrimination and people being rude to me, I do experience it, but I take it as part of the work. It's part of the work, so it doesn't bother me.
Is there any assurance that you give to your passengers that I'm doing this, but I know you are safe?
Okay. The thing is that most often, if I don't tell you that I'm a BWD guy, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know because I drive normal. I can tell you for the fact that as of now, I save more than 1,004 customers. But just a few of them were able to identify that. Because the way I drive, you can't differentiate between person living with disability driving and an able person driving. You can only see me using one hand to do like this. But if you are not someone who is curious, you wouldn't know that I'm a disabled guy.
Okay.
And mostly, I don't tell people that I am this. I don't do. Because what the essence of me telling you I'm a disabled?
Yeah.
Already, black people or Ghanaians, our mentality is disabled are beggars.
Yeah.
So me, when they sit in my car, if you don't ask me about the device, I wouldn't tell you anything about it.
Okay.
Because
You
I
just do your job and
yeah.
make sure the passenger is safe. Okay.
If the passenger is safe, I am safe. So I just do my thing, I drop it and go. But when you see the device and you ask questions about it, I normally tell people I'm happy you're able to see this and ask questions about it. Then I explain how I become a person living with disability.
A lot of people ask.
Not a lot. I saved 1,004, but I can say for the fact that 80% of the people didn't even know that I'm a disabled guy.
Okay.
A lot of them don't know because they don't see the difference between me and able person driving. So that is it. I don't disclose or I don't give them any assurance.
You don't talk about
I just deliver the job I'm supposed to do. After delivering, you know that I've done my job. Then the surety of you being saved is that I've saved you well. You know how.
Ella, aside driving, is there anything else you do? How do you do your other things?
You know, I have wife. So when it comes to buying things and those kind of things, she
supports you.
So I use that tricycle to go around apart from doing my job with them.
How long have you been married for?
I'm young in marriage, like.
I mean, did you marry before the accident or after the accident?
After the accident, long ago. I married recently, 7th November.
Okay.
2020.
Wow. Okay, and how long did you know your wife for before you got married?
That one too is a problem, you know. As I already said, blacks or Ghanaians, we have mentality of persons living with disability have nothing good to offer. This girl, I've been chasing her for 2 years, 2 to 3 years before we finally settled. The father said he won't agree for a person living with disability to marry the daughter. So we break for some times, like a year. But the thing is that when the love is there, it's hard for you to go different place. So we go then we come back again. We told the man that no. The lady told the man that he has no option. She has no option than to get married to me. Then finally we got married just November 7th, 2020.
I see. She's a very supportive wife, I suppose.
Yeah, it's true. She's very supportive.
What has been your most interesting encounter or experience since you started driving as a paraplegic?
Oh. Hey, okay. That moment is when I met one Rasta guy. You know, that very moment too is surprising. I was parked somewhere for like 20 minutes. Ride was not coming. So I on boot and I on Uber.
Okay.
Both at the go. And that very moment, it's like within a minute, both give me trip, Uber give me trip.
Okay.
And unfortunately too, I was going to pick the boat guy. Then it's like the boat guy was also standing there, and the Uber rider too was also standing at the same place. So when I drove to the place, the one who requested for the boat was coming to enter. The one who requested for the Uber too was coming to sit in the car. Then I was in the car laughing because I don't know how I'm going to explain this thing to them. Then the lady said, "Oh, you go."
She gave way to the gentleman.
Yeah, she was giving the gentleman way to go because both she has already cancelled it. Then the guy was saying, "Oh, you go." Then finally, the lady said she won't go again, so the guy should go with me.
Okay.
I just picked this guy. He's so amazing. I don't know. I know him to be V. David.
Okay.
Kojo, yes. Then when we get to, he was going to Osu, KFC.
Okay.
When we get there, he said, "I'm so impressed. I said, "Really? I would like to take a picture with you. Do you mind?" I said, "Oh, I don't have problem." Then he sat in my car. Then
he took a picture with you.
With me. He is the only person that made the job. You know, I feel like I'm part of the human race.
He made you feel good about yourself and what you do.
Yes. And there is another lady. She said she's from UA, and I dropped her at Gallery. Then she was asking me about how treatment is for persons with disability in Ghana, and I was explaining things to her. Then she said she's so sad that things are going this way. Then she took my number. So for the past 7 months that I've been working with Uber, I met three people there's another guy, 3 people who truly encourage me to keep doing
what you're doing.
Yes.
And we know about discrimination. How are you able to deal with that? Does it get to you?
No, I know it's normal. It's part of life. So I just take it to be normal. Discrimination is not something that we can do away with. No, we can't do away with it because all fingers are not equal. So I just take it to be normal.
Have you ever been faced with an accident scene, like an event where you almost had an accident or someone almost crashed into you, and how did you deal with it?
Okay. As in terms of driving, like I'm driving and I nearly get no, it hasn't happened. I've been going to Kingston and coming back. It hasn't happened.
It has never happened before.
But okay. one incident, I parked the car. There was one guy parked at my back end. He was going in reverse and used the car to hit my back. So that, when I say in terms of driving, that is the only time that I get.
You had a little bit of
but even that one was not perfect because the car was parked and the guy used his car to hit the back of my car. So in terms of accidents, I have no impact.
Ella, I admire your demeanor and your outlook, you know, because you're a very strong person. I mean, you've gone through a difficult time in your life, but you're so positive. What advice would you give to other people, you know, who for one reason or the other have found themselves disabled or with disabilities and are finding it hard to move on in life or to accept their fate? What would you tell them?
Okay, you know, I got to know that in life we must accept every situation that comes our way. Without accepting the situation, things will get worse. When the thing happened to me, I was going to a church. I always say this thing. That church, they never give me the experience or the exposure that I'm supposed to receive from a Christian brother that I have. When the accident happened, you know, I love going to church. Then I was staying at where you pick me. Then I go to Odoko to church every Sunday. Yes, you know, I go there every day. But when the thing happened, they help me, they support me in a way. When I need financial support at the hospital, they help me in a way. I won't lie about that. But I want to have the feel of the auditorium.
Okay.
And I took taxi from my house. I want to see my brothers, hear the preaching that my pastor has been preaching all the way that keeps us going. When I get to the entrance of the church, the pastor told me I should go home. They will come and visit me in my house.
Why was that?
Because I'm using wheelchair.
There's no provision for you to slide
accessibility. You're talking about accessibility. There was no accessibility. But even if there's no accessibility, how huge the thing is. There are church members there.
Did you ask him why?
You know, that time too, I wasn't in a good state. I was still under devastating situation that I need encouragement. So as he said that, me myself, the spirit in me of hearing what my pastor supposed to tell me that very moment vanished. So I just packed my bag and badge. You know, I was having one big wheelchair. Whenever I'm going, I have to lose everything, then put it inside the car.
Okay.
Say, Mommy. My mom was extremely supportive. My mom, I don't know, just that nipple in this car. Like my mom was very, very supportive that time up to date. So my mommy just go look for taxi and come. Then we park the wheelchairs inside the taxi. They never come to me in my house. I stayed in the house for, you know, a very long time. They didn't come. I've tried killing myself before.
You had suicidal thoughts.
There's map, if you can see this map. I tried killing myself, but it ended there. So I took something that would make the thing all come to an end, but it didn't happen that way. Then they took me to hospital. I stayed for that one, so I stayed in the hospital for 1 week. Then we come back home.
You tried to cut yourself?
No. Okay, it was aspirations. If you know that alcohol, you call it aspirations.
Local gin.
Yeah, local gin. I took my mother. We do it in our village, so that one is completely good, very very good one, no addictive. So my mom always takes more than she eats. When she went to my village and she bought a full bottle, 1 bottle.
Okay.
You know, ours, the way we do it, when you are drinking it, you feel like it's sweet. It's sweet, but the alcohol content is very high. So I drank 1 whole bottle of alcohol. My mom was she was going to buy something. When she came to realize that lifeless on the floor, then she has to call people, then they take it.
And then rushed you to the
hospital. When we get to the hospital, the way I was struggling, then the hospital glass, you know, when you go to the hospital, then I use my hand to hit the glass. I didn't even know. When I woke up, I was tired like this. One leg on the bed like this, the other one, then my hand through, like the way they crucified Jesus Christ. I was just on the bed like that. Then I was like, me here, there, what am I doing here? Then they explained the thing to me. Oh, my sisters came and they were crying. Brian, don't do that, Brian. So after that, I just got to realize that no, we have to really accept.
You're laughing about it today because you look back and you've seen how far you've come, I suppose.
Yes, you know, I do tell myself, so that thing that I did that day, if it should happen, like who will be suffering? Right now, as I'm talking to you, my siblings are still depending on me. So I ask myself, hey, so if it should have been especially our last born.
If you are given the opportunity to do something which is more lucrative than the Uber job, something that will bring you money, something that will make you feel like you are being useful and not being discriminated, what would that be?
Okay. You know, the job I was doing at the toll booth, I like the job because one, it's 8 hours working, and you can, with my situation, it's very good for me. So if there's an opportunity for someone to help me get something to do than the Uber, I would like to go back to my way. The highway, toll booth, when you are
being inside the toll and giving the tickets. Okay.
That was what I was doing before I was dismissed unlawfully. So if there's something that someone may want to help me to, I would like to get justice to that discrimination, unlawful dismissal that I've gone through. Yeah. Apart from that, I don't know if there's any job. But the fact is that I love driving. I just love driving.
So you don't mind driving for the rest of your life?
Not really. But I love driving. I love driving.
Okay. Ella, thank you so much for sharing your story with us. I am inspired, and maybe I should just repeat Kojo's words. I'm impressed.
Thank you.
Because you're a very positive person and your energy, it wraps off others. I hope that you keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you very much. I'm also happy for this opportunity given, because we persons living with disability, we have a lot to give the nation. We should just be given the opportunity. That is what we need.
Right. We've heard the story of Ella Ameto Abumachodo. Very inspirational. All he's asking is that people see him for what he is able to do and not his disability. Thank you for joining this edition of People and Places. My name is Wanda Mihagan. See you next time.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Football has seen so many footballers follow the steps of their fathers. From Tim Weah to Leroy Sané, you can name them all. Even here in Ghana, we have the Ayew brothers following the footsteps of their father, who is the legendary Abedi Pele. Today, we are at the Macdan Latown Park to speak to the former Ghana international son, who is Jacob Kingston. I guess you know his father by now. That's Kingston. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafiu, and we are going for a break. When we return, we'll delve into the discussion. Welcome from the break. So my guest is Jacob Kingston, the son of former Ghana international Kingston. Charlie, welcome.
Thanks, brother. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, how be things?
Good, Charlie. Everything cool from my side.
Yeah. So how many weeks have you been with Accra Great Olympics?
Oh, it's been like 2 months with them, and so far, it's really good. I've been signed, and then I'm enjoying a couple of friendlies before the second leg of the season starts. So I'm hoping to get some games in the season.
So tell me, have you been registered in the squad for the Ghana Premier League?
Yeah, I've been registered.
Oh, okay. Kindly tell us something more about yourself. When you say Jacob Kingston, who are you?
Well, I'm just a simple guy trying to do my best at whatever I want to do. So yeah, that's me. I always give my 100% in everything I do. So yeah.
So what position do you play?
I'm a forward.
Okay. Why didn't you follow the footsteps of who was on the flanks doing this thing on the wings?
Yeah, sometimes I play from, as a forward, I can play from the right side, the left side, or through the middle, but then I prefer playing from the left side. I have a different style to my dad, so I don't try and follow everything he does, but then I take the advice he gives me.
Which kind of advice does he sometimes give you?
The thing he always says is always, whatever you're doing, always give you 100%. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it at all. So just give you 100% and then do whatever you want to do.
When it comes to people who have mentored you or who you shape your football life across, which player comes to mind? Is he only your father, or do you have what?
No, not really, because growing up, I had my dad's friends around me as well. So I play football with Stephen Appiah, Muntari, the rest. So along the line, I get from my dad, I pick from Stephen Appiah, I pick from Muntari as well. So yeah, it's a good thing. I have them in front of me.
Has he always been football growing up?
Since I was a kid, I've always wanted to play. Even when I was in Scotland, I was going to school, but then I was in the school football team, and then I also had the club team I played for. So it was sports activities throughout. I always wanted to play,
So you never grew up in Ghana?
Yeah, I grew up a little outside, and then I came to Ghana as well. So this is the Ghana part, but then I also grew up outside.
How will you describe playing abroad and playing in Ghana?
Well, Ghana is really tough because everybody is out to make it. So, but then outside it's a bit more fluid and we have more opportunities and stuff. But then I would say it's also good to start in Ghana because through Ghana, I've also learned to be strong and then to be hard.
How was it like playing for your father at Kingston FC?
Oh, it's tough. It's tough. Playing for your dad is difficult because he knows you best, so he knows what you can do. So when you don't give 100%, he can see it, and then in that end, it turns his anger into you because he always wants to see you succeed. Every father wants to see that son go up, so it's more difficult playing under my father.
What are some of the punishments sometimes he gives you, when you sometimes miss an opportunity?
No hard punishment really, just I'm not talking to you. You can go days without talking to me, and that's more difficult for me because I always want his love around me. I always want him around me. So him not talking to me, he knows that's punishment enough.
So we learned that you came to Great Olympics and you guys had trials before coming here. Do you think your father's influence brought you here, or it was through your hard work?
No, I would say it's basically just me because I didn't come here with him. I told him that I wanted to come here by myself. I didn't want his influence. I want to play by merit, not by favor. I would rather play by my own hard work. If I'm not good enough, then that's it. I'm not good enough. But then I wouldn't want him to influence anyone to let me play.
But have you heard people talking such ill things about you because your father is a footballer?
Well, human beings talk. You can't take that away from them. That's their opinion. But the thing is that opinions don't matter. It's what I know and what they don't know. So that's me.
So we've seen other players go through the national ranks and stuff. Do you sometimes wish that you play at the Ukraines, maybe the Black Satellite and the Black Starlet, or maybe the Black Meteors?
Yeah, of course I did, but then I didn't get the opportunity to do so because I was in school and stuff, and then my dad also takes school serious, so he wanted me to be ready before I tackle football because he knows the football world best. He has played to the professional level, so he didn't want me to risk everything for football, and then in the end, maybe I wouldn't get anything out of it. But like I said, now I'm here and I'm working hard to get what I want. So if it happens that I get to play for Black Stars, that's fine.
The Ghana Premier League is not an easy task at all. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, it's not easy, but then yeah, I want to play, so definitely I'll fight for my position, and I'm here to stay. So I'm gonna try my best and then work hard at it.
Our defenders here very hard on you.
Yeah, like this is Ghana. Everyone is hard. Like everyone is hard. Even attackers are hard. So yeah, we're all hard.
All right, so we are going for a break. When we come back, we continue with it here on Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
All right, so we are still here on GhanaWeb TV. I'm here with Jacob Kingston. So Jacob, are you the only son of your father who plays football?
I have a little brother coming up, but he's in school right now, so I don't know about that yet. But then they're all good. They all play, but it's not serious.
Why didn't you join Accra House of Folk and Accra? But
my grandfather played for Olympics, and my dad as well, and my uncle Richard. So I think he is the best place for me.
We've seen players deciding to play outside. You said you spent some time in Scotland. Why didn't you decide to play for the Scottish national team and you came here to Ghana?
Well, I was quite young when I was there, and my dad, like, it was my mom. She didn't want to leave me behind because, you know, we're a family. Like, I'm very close to my family, so there's no leaving anyone behind. And I was quite young back then, so I'm sure now it'll be a different story, but then I was quite young back then, so I didn't get a chance to.
Are you a lefty or righty?
I'm a right footer.
Well, what are your best chances on the pitch? Where do you like to play on the pitch?
I like to play from the left side, attacking, left side attacking. So I'll cut in and then whipping, yeah.
You see some of your father's traits and you do sometimes watch his clips and stuff?
Yeah, I watch him like all the time. Like even now when he plays, I'm always like surprised because he's that good. So yeah, like he's my role model. So I look up to him. Most of the things I know is because of him. Practice, practice, practice.
Where do you want to play your football up to? Like someone wants to play up to Champions League, World Cup, win the AFCON and stuff.
Obviously, I want to play to the highest level of football. That's why, like, everyone wants to get to the top. So I also want to get to the top. So it's good.
All right. Yeah. So how long have you known Rodney Appiah?
I've known him since we were kids. We've been playing together since we were kids, but I'm slightly older than him. So, but then I've known him since we were kids.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys have been playing.
Yeah, for some time now.
At Kingston?
Yeah, at Kingston FC. I'm doing together.
What division is your father's club?
Second division.
So we were playing the second division?
Yeah.
Was it tough?
Well, actually, we've not actually played a league game, but then, yeah, it's tough. But the Premiership is tougher, so, yeah.
Okay, tell me, where do you want to play your football up to and which club do you want to play for?
I want to play football to the highest level, and then I want to play for Arsenal FC, yeah. But my dream team is Real Madrid, so. But I want to play for Arsenal in England.
You win the Champions League or?
Champions League, everything, World Cup, everything.
Arsenal is really suffering. I don't remember the last time they won the league.
Yeah, but then I love Arsenal, so.
I see that. Before we go, kindly tell me, with the Premier League, you've seen Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko. Those are big matches, and Great Olympics managed to win all those games in the first leg. Are you ready for that battle?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm ready for that. We have a good coach with us, so and he's helping me improve on my skills, always giving me confidence and stuff that I can play. So yeah, we are a good side. A lot of young boys who have heart and want to play. So obviously, football is not by name or anything. It's what happens on the field. So we'll see.
You are not scared of hard work?
No, I'm not scared of anything. Yeah.
Finally, before we go, how have your colleagues treated you in camp so far?
Yeah, it's good. Like I said, we are a family here. Everyone is like a family. Most of the boys, I already knew them before I came. So yeah, the ones who already helped me come into the game, and then they give me confidence. So yeah, it's good. I mean, it's a good transition.
Great Olympics wants to win the league. Is it something that is feasible? Can they achieve that target?
Yeah, as you can see on the table, we are second. So yeah, anything is possible. Like I said, it's football. Anything can happen. You don't judge by the name of the team, but it's about how you play. So we are playing good football now, and everyone can see. It can show on the table. So it's good.
Are you going to maintain the afro? Are you going to do your locks like your father?
Well, with me, I change my style all the time. So today I can decide to cut everything off. So it's
nice one.
Nice meeting you.
So my guest has been Jacob Kingston, who is the son of former Ghana international Lamar Kingston. This is where we draw the curtains for today's edition of Sports Check. My name is Joseph Adamafiu. Thanks for watching.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today deny funny face. It's not my brother. Deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
She is young, bold, beautiful, and talented. And today, she joins us to get personal. So if you want to know who our guest for today is, join me after this break. This is Talkatainment, and I am Elsie Lamar. Welcome back from that quick breather. Jackie is my guest for today.
My heart beats for you every time when I think of you. I don't know, I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please.
Oh, so when you go on social media, you scroll through your phone, you go to your explore page, and you see videos, TikTok videos of your songs. And how do you feel? Do you get fed up? Like, you like, more cry my bread?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's exciting sometimes, but sometimes too, I don't like hearing my own songs. I'm sure it happens with a lot of creatives. Like sometimes something you've created, you don't like seeing it by yourself. But I mean, it's a nice feeling that lots of people are hearing your sound.
Tell us about your Nigerian experience. How was it?
Yeah, okay, so I went to Nigeria a couple of days ago. I went to do media tour, and then I also shot the video for Forever, which is on YouTube. The remix with Omale, yeah, and I met up with some artists too. So it was basically about work. That was the main reason why I went to Nigeria.
But how was it? What were some of the fun moments?
Yeah, it was nice. It was interesting. I mean, that was my first time in Nigeria. I tried some of their food as well. And aside the stress, it was the first time I went there. It was first time meeting the people in Nigeria, in their country. So aside the stress, I would say it was fun as well. Because the people are welcoming. Yeah. They are welcoming.
They are welcoming, very welcoming. What type of food did you try in Nigeria?
I tried eba with egusi soup. Yes, and then I tried their suya too. It was really nice.
It was nice there. Okay. Of all the countries, why Nigeria? Why did you choose Nigeria for your tour?
I didn't choose Nigeria, and I didn't say that is where I'm starting and stopping. My music is charting in a lot of countries. But I think people are just focusing on Nigeria. It's doing well in so many countries. And so I started off with Nigeria. There are other countries that I would go to do media run as well. But school is coming in the way a little bit. And that is why after I went there, I came back. But Nigeria is not the first and last country that I'm going to go to. I started off from there.
So tell us, we've seen you with Mayokun, and we've seen you with Joe Boy. Hey,
and Tenny
yes.
Too. Fireboy, he was in Ghana.
Oh, okay.
But recently I met Mayokun and then Tenny.
Does it mean you are cooking something with them?
Yeah, we will cook something actually, so the fans should look forward to it.
I see. So moving on to your new deal.
Right.
Tell us how you landed it.
Okay, so in case maybe a viewer doesn't know, I have Flip Music, my management, and myself. We have a deal with Sony Music Entertainment, RCA UK, Sony Music International, Sony Music Africa. And I mean, this is one of the biggest labels in the world. It's good news for myself and good news for Ghana. And so, yeah, literally, that's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you now, because I'm a baby in the industry, in the label actually. So there's not much I can say.
Is it a dream come true for you?
Oh, it is. I mean, I wouldn't say, it's part of some of the things I was working towards. I mean, from the beginning part of my career, like these are some of the things that I was gearing towards, and being able to catch a deal as big as this is good news for me. And I mean, it means my hard work is actually manifesting. Yeah.
Your recent post that your song is not good enough for, what did you say in your post?
Okay, my tweet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when I tweeted that the songs I make are for people that connect with me. Yes.
They're not for some specific people. What did you really mean by that?
Yeah, actually that tweet I made was actually from a positive angle, and literally what I was trying to say was I make the music for people that love my craft, or people that connect with my sound. You know, there are some people that probably don't listen to the kind of music I do, and I was trying to say that I make music for the people that connect with it from a positive angle. But it's quite unfortunate that people read a different meaning. Some people read a different meaning into it, and then it brought a lot of back and forth on Twitter. and I had to apologize to the people that didn't really like what I said.
But why did you apologize so quickly?
So the thing is, people were saying I shouldn't have, but I felt like there were too many people that misunderstood it. Now, I respect that because that is people's opinions, right? The apology doesn't mean that whatever I do, everybody is going to like it. But there were just too many people that said they felt offended. And so I just had to apologize to the majority to calm down the whole brouhaha. I mean, Twitter was on flames. Everybody was just throwing stones at me left, right, front, center. And so I just wanted to calm down the brouhaha.
But it doesn't mean that you are going to apologize for everything you do on social media?
This particular case is different. If you realize, this one is very, very different. I think the time I made the tweet, it was around the same time where people were talking about the remix, right? And so maybe it wasn't just the right time. But at the same time, like I said, majority of the people misunderstood the tweet, and there was just a lot going on Twitter, and so I just had to apologize, my dear. I just had to.
So when people compare you to the likes of Ifia and Becca and the rest, what comes to mind?
Oh, I mean, I'm a baby in this industry. It's been like 2 years now. When they compare me to them, it's not right. I mean, comparisons there, it's not just with me. A lot of people compare other creatives to other people. But I feel like those things are not necessary. We just have to focus on pushing Ghana music to the world. We have to focus on making the Ghanaian sound or the African sound cross into the international market. And so when people compare me to other artists, especially my seniors, I'm not entirely comfortable with it.
So with all that has happened so far, has any of the A-list artists approached you for a feature?
Yeah, a couple of them. I mean, my music has just been in the system for 2 years now, and I haven't done a lot of collaborations. So the fans should know that a lot of collaborations will come up with their favorite artists and their A-list artists. And so collaborations, look forward to that with a lot of artists.
Do you see people as competition so far?
No. I'm not in competition with anybody at all. I am in my own pace, right? I'm in my own pace. I'm embarking on my own journey. And so that is just what it is. I'm not in competition with anyone. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm in competition with them as well.
What do you make of female participation in the entertainment industry so far?
Yeah, well, first of all, we are a few, and then it's quite sad. It's not entirely sad because definitely there's probably a lot of people who are also trying to work on themselves to start music. But what I would say is, if there's any female out there that wants to do music, I would actually motivate you to, because it's good. You really need to embark on it, because you could literally count the number of females in the industry as compared to the male. And then so if you are watching right now and you're female and you want to start doing music, don't let anybody discourage you. You need to embark on it.
But to those who have started and then they might not be as lucky as you have been, what would you tell them? Because people have been in, I don't want to mention names, but there are people that are like grandmothers, underground musician grandmothers and grandfathers. Let me put it.
Well, I think in life, everybody has a time. Everybody has a time where they would flourish. Maybe mine had to take this. What if I also started and I also felt that, hey, my music is not doing good? I didn't know this year was going to be a very good year for me. And so I feel like if there's somebody that isn't there yet, probably that person's time is going to be the coming year or the coming decade or something of that sort. So everybody has a time that they have to flourish. And when that time comes, it's going to happen.
Recently, there was a picture of you and D-Black on social
media,
on social media, and then someone came to write under the picture that D-Black should leave you alone. You are their star.
Really? Oh.
My name is Sino. I'm person D-Black best Sino.
Oh.
You didn't see
I
it?
haven't seen that. I haven't seen
yes,
that. People shouldn't do that. No. People shouldn't do that. No. People shouldn't do that. We were in the studio, we recorded a song.
But would you have accepted any of that? Maybe when he approaches you, that you
I mean, when people bring deals to you, you look through what they have to offer and all that. And so if my manager and I, if they came forward, my manager and I felt it was good, why not? Yeah.
We see you are mostly around Bisakede, working in his studio.
Yeah. Oh, Bisakede and I, we have a nice vibe. I mean, the way he writes his music, his melodies, even his voice is quite similar to myself. And then we always click anytime we get into the studio, and so whenever he's free and I'm free, we always link up in the studio.
With your dad's contribution, do you feel pressured in any way?
No, not at all. My dad is actually a big fan of my music, and like I said earlier on, I'm actually doing my own thing. I'm on my own pace, and so daddy's work or his achievements do not give me pressure in anything that I do.
But what does he make of your achievements so far?
My dad's work actually motivates me to do more. You know, it actually pushes me to keep doing what I'm doing, because at the end of the day, you know, people that love his music also love my music now. And people that know now that I'm his daughter, they be like, oh, I'm a fan of your dad's music, and so because of that, I'm also going to support yours, right? So I've grabbed a bit of his fans, and his fans have also grabbed a bit of mine as well.
What were some of the things that he has said to you ever since, you know, you blew up like that? Has he called you to tell you anything?
Yeah. Oh, my dad, yeah. When he comes to Ghana, he lives with us. And so he's very proud. And he talks about my lyrics. He talks about my melodies, the things I talk about in my songs. He's really proud. And I'm honored that someone as big as him is proud of the kind of music I'm doing.
Are you a daddy's girl?
I'm not a daddy's girl. I mean, I think it was my kid sister that is always jumping around my father.
Are you anticipating a collaboration with your dad?
Yeah. Oh, my dad and I, we've been hitting the studios, and so the fans should look forward to a song from myself and my dad.
Aside your dad that you're working with, are there any veterans that you'd want to work with?
Yeah, there are lots of them, but they're in my books, and they will come off as surprises to the fans, and so they are all in the pipeline. We look forward to it.
We only hear of you talk about your dad. What about your mom?
Oh, my mom, she's a very low-key person. Big shouts to her, by the way. I know she'll watch this interview, but she's a very low-key person. You know, mother, she's just behind the scenes supporting her daughter with prayers and her blessings, and so she's there, pa.
You're from a very strong Christian home.
Yes, please.
Your mom is an awesome mommy.
Oh no, she's not, but she loves to pray, pa. Yes, I mean.
So do you get her calling you all the time? Hey, I know, sorry, I'm bumpire.
Yeah, she does that. She's been doing that since, not even just because of the music. Ever since growing up, my mom is a very prayerful person. It's part of the reasons why, you know, I'm still strong and I'm here.
But when all that happened recently, you know, the social media fire, did she call you?
She Assume Kakweri, but she's not on Twitter, so she didn't really know much about it. But Assume, but she didn't really make a big deal out of it. She's cool. She's very fine.
Proud to be becoming a musician. What were you aspiring to be?
I wanted to be an entrepreneur. You know, growing up, my dad made me fall in love with music and entertainment. So I was a huge lover of entertainment. I was actually the entertainment prefect in my secondary school, TIMAS. In Kumasi. So if I wasn't doing music, I would have been an entrepreneur. I would have been a business head, a CEO, or something of that sort here. Because I'm actually studying international business in school.
So you would have been an entrepreneur with your specialty in what?
I'm doing international business, so anything that I could get hold of, right? I actually had plans of opening a music school. Yeah, wow. Yeah, but you know, life, you could be heading towards this place, then life will just tell you, no, this is not what I want you to do, I want you to do this. So I just wanted to be a boss. I just wanted to have something that I am running, right? And so if I wasn't doing music, I'd been an entrepreneur.
Do you write your own songs?
Yes, please, I do. The songs that I've released so far, each and every single one of them was written by me.
Okay, let's hold on here. Let's go over to Abrantepa, who will be bringing us the Discovery segment.
life has never been easy. Always the hustle. Tiano pebia ma ye busy. Me ti mechi come the whole day ma me nisu ye dizzy. I know the figure lengths. My guy no be easy. Me so na me pese me nyesi catch and low wheezy. My breath fit in color brim still me da so bre. Na ko pose wuti me we dia me de koto sre. Na ma ye djuma bia krama me body no ayembre. Bad mind, so time ya, debe na ubenya. Bad mind, so time ya, debe na ubenya. Bad mind. If you hate me, what you go get to? Bad mind.
Joining us on the Discovery segment is Kweku Sniper and Shishi Boss. Welcome, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing great.
Nice one. So, are you a group or you do your individual stuff?
Yeah, we do our individual stuff, but sometimes we do collaborate more. Yeah.
I see. Yeah. How did you meet?
Oh, we met through a friend, like a friend of mine. Yeah, so he introduced me to Kweku Sniper.
Okay.
Yeah, on the street, we are street boys, so yeah, everything just back and all.
So, how do you do it? You go to the studio together, you sit,
or
you do your individual stuff, then he comes in?
The funniest part is that I come up with the
concept,
the concept,
okay,
and then I write on it, and then I do my part. I forward it to him, then he also
does his part. So far, how be the progress? How you see that thing?
Like everybody way good TV, they talk say like if a positive this thing then they give me. So yeah, we just hope for the best. Yeah.
Okay. You if you mention any of the songs, just the title.
Oh yeah, we get Mr. Badman. We get
the one you just performed.
Yeah, the one we just performed. We get Abuasika. We get Formula D. We for girls.
Yeah.
We get for girls.
For girls.
Yeah, for girls.
Hey, I don't know why I don't want to hear that, but okay. So you mostly they come out with the idea.
Yeah.
Why for girls?
For girls, the for girls concept. I don't know. We did it with familiars, nothing against.
Yeah, it be love and they love you, no be for girls.
Yeah.
No be for girls, it be love and they love you, no be for girls. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how it goes. So we're trying to like
initially then me as you mentioned forget
I say Agbala something.
You don't forget. Share with us your struggles. You say it's not been easy. How has the journey been? What's making it not easy for you?
So now we are not under any kind of record label or something. You see, and everything we do is from our pocket.
Okay.
How do you understand? Yeah, even if you are supposed to record, at Kweku, we meet, we plan. Charlie, at the end of the day, we all work in our individual places. So after that, we just gather some small coins, then we go and record.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. All right. So that's Kweku Sniper and Shishi for you.
Come and see me swiping photos of you. What on me? I need a tattoo with your name on it. Metro Woodin Kwame. May a tough girl, but see the way I make timid. But call me Dre. So me mu eh. And then I will pecky babo to fe. My folly and casa. Renobian pata. Se uja me ame by Messiah babak. Oh.
I'm waiting for the chorus.
So me mu. Otoyewu anajuwe diemenewa besomimu otoyewu anajuwe diemenewa besomimu otoyewu anajuwe die. I go show you love odo.
Right. Welcome back from that short break. Jackie is still our guest. We are still chit-chatting with her. I read in this article, I was once scrolling through my phone and I saw in this article that they said you are worth $150,000.
Really?
Yes.
And I've not seen it.
$150,000 to $200,000.
Hey. Okay.
Is it true that you're worth?
Oh, then I need to find the person as, because this one I don't know.
If you're a sicker on the whole
you the bab. Hey, because honestly this one I've not seen it. So we have to ask the person.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll ask. In fact, I'll give his number.
If you're on the share my accounts, so the person knows it. I don't know about that. I haven't seen it.
I also read in another article that you look up to the likes of RTBs
No,
Or rather Payday movie?
Yes, so growing up, I listened to Omar Sterling, I listened to Efia, I listened to Asha. So they inspire some of the songs that I write. Yeah, if you look at the CDP, for instance, the intro and the outro, the melodies, you know, it's rap actually. It was inspired by Payday. I said it's in the song, and so they inspire my music. Yeah.
So does Payday know that he inspires your music?
Oh yeah, he does. I've met him a couple of times.
And he grooms you sometimes?
You know,
but Payday is a rapper.
Yeah, yes, I love rap.
Eh.
I love hip hop. Yes, I'm not a very good rapper, but I try sometimes. I'm a fan of it, and then he's very good. If you don't listen to him, you should try.
And then you give us one before you leave.
Okay.
As an artist, what's your take on awards?
They're good. I mean, it's all part of some of the little things that motivate you, right? I mean, if you get awarded for something that you're doing, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel like, you know, you're working hard. And so awards are fine.
Will you purposely release a song or an album just for an award?
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Whenever I'm recording songs, it's just my fans I think about. The people that love my music and the people that the music does something for them. They are the people that I think about first thing when I'm writing music or when I'm recording a song.
But with the way you are going, do you think you'll be the first artist to win a Grammy?
Oh, I mean, I can't tell. I can't tell. Maybe tomorrow another artist will come, very talented, you get. And there are other people ahead of me who are super talented, who are also big artists. And so as for the Grammys, anybody can get it. We are all working hard and we can all get it.
In terms of award, which record would you want to set or break?
Oh, I would want to occupy the biggest auditorium in the world.
Just that? No.
Yes.
We are talking in terms of award.
No, with awards, I told you, like, my mind is not really there as much, but if there's something that I actually want right now, that is what I want.
Oh, you're still in school?
Yeah, I'm still in school. I'm a final year student at King University.
Okay. But how are you juggling between the two, music and school?
Yeah, it's not easy, but I'll finish it, and I'll finish it very hard. Maybe my graduation, you can come. Yeah.
You're mostly in Accra, or?
No, I'm not mostly in Accra. I live in Kumasi. I school in Kumasi. If I come to Accra, it's usually for work, and that's when you find me here.
So when are you going back?
I'll go back to school very soon because we are even about to write our end of sem exam. So I need to go back and study very quick.
Okay. What's your type of guy?
I don't have a type at all. I don't have a type.
You're open for everything?
Yeah.
Anything?
Anything
sure?
at all. Yes, please.
With cute girls like your type, I know they're mostly going for the tall ones.
Is it because you're cute? Is that what you want?
Oh, I'm not cute.
Oh, you are. Yeah. So, no, I don't have a type at all, actually. When it comes to relationships, my mind, I don't pay much attention to it. Yeah, and so, I'm in my corner. Anything that comes my way.
So you're open?
Anything that, at the moment, I'm not. I'm actually focusing on my work and my school. And so later on in the future, when God sends someone to me, I would know it.
Money or love?
Money, oh. Hey. Please. Money every day, all day. Yes, please.
Hey. See, the fact that you just said
a while ago that you're open. Exactly.
But you okay say like you're open. Nipa nebana say.
Alternatives. Sika or love.
Okay.
And I'm choosing back. No. If it's money, if I have to choose between money and love, I'll choose money. That's just it.
But you sing love songs.
Yes, I sing love songs for you and the listener, the people that are in love. You know, that's why I do. Literally, that's why I do. So when I fall in love in the future too, then me too, I'll start feeling what you guys feel when you listen to my songs. Yeah. So the music is for the fans.
Would you mind dating anybody in the industry?
Whatever God plans for my life, dear, I'll just move with it. Honestly, when it comes to my personal life, I leave it to God. Anything that God has set for it to happen for me, that is what I'm going with.
Do you hope getting married someday?
I'll get married. I'll get married in the future. I will.
Like in how many years to
go? Yeah, not now. Cry.
What's next for Jackie?
Oh, a lot of things, a lot of things. Jackie, my journey is very, very long, and so people should know that I'm here to stay. There are new songs coming up, good content, a lot of collaborations, and so the fans should look out to a lot of good music coming up next.
Okay. And then Nana McBrown, who is she to you?
Oh, Nana McBrown and my mom, they go way back. They've been friends since they were young, and that was how come we were.
But she also lived in Kumasi.
Yeah, actually, yeah, she also lived in Kumasi, and yeah. And so when she linked up with me, it was a very beautiful vibe. We spoke about a lot of things, and you know.
He's our rap.
Your rap. First off, pull over, take a seat, I'm your ruler. I got inspired by Payday. Omar Sterling yesterday night, I checked the charts and we were trending. That's not the vision anyways. That's actually my song, it's on my EP. It's called The Journey, go and check it out.
So give us one of Payday's rap.
Payday song. I'm from back in the days, ash in a tray. Kush so loud I can feel my face. So far gone, I think I am Drake. No, I am not. I am Pay. Finish.
Hey.
Oh no, I don't give you everything. No.
Dubai, them know they high.
I don't give you anything. Nah, I don't give you
Why?
everything. I don't give you everything. If you want to get more rap, if you want to get more rap from me, you should be listening to my songs. You find it.
Okay, give us Never Like This, then we leave. Go.
What's in my coma fala? Se se mi suje wa asembia metibia wodona makome munti mafana sem tra yeah. Never like this, so never like this. Never like this, so never like this. Never like this, so yeah.
You did me bad, oh.
You did me bad, oh. Hey, you did me
bad.
Hey, yapon.
You did me bad, oh.
Yapon.
Okay, that was an interesting one with Jackie. I hope to come your way another time with much more interesting edition of Talkatainment. I am your host, Elsie Lamar. See you another time. Till then, stay blessed.
Come and see me swiping photos of you. What on that me? I need a tattoo with your name on it. Metro Udin Kwame. May a tough girl, but see the way I make timid. But call me Dre. So me mu eh. And then I will pecky babo to fe. My folly and casa. Reno bian pata. Se uja me ame u ba mesaya babak. Oh.
I'm waiting for the chorus.
So me mu. So na juwe diemenewa. So me mu. Otoyewu. Ana juwe diemenewa. So me mu. Otoyewu. Ana juwe die. I go show you love odo. Love odo. Right.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. To be
I
answered.
don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you're denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Honorable members, my attention has been drawn to 1A. The report is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House.
Speaker, I believe we can take the motion listed as item 22 on the order. Item 22.
Mr. Speaker, Leader, is it on the addendum?
All paper. Item 22. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 128, Sub 1, which require that when a bill has been read a second time,
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, what the leader should be doing is to arrest Standing Order 81, which require that, and with your indulgence, I quote, no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed. So Order 81, to allow for the second reading
of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund. So if he has no objection, I so move. Second it and then move to the motion. All right, thank you. So we're asking for suspension of Order 81.
Should I consider that the motion is moved?
Leader is getting himself ready, so we can wait for him.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was looking for how it's been listed on the original order paper. Mr. Speaker, so really is order 40, item 44. 44 on the original order paper. That's what I was looking for. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 80 sub 1, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the second reading of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, this procedural this procedural motion. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable Leader, you can now move the motion. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, Majority Leader, you can move the motion.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund will be now the second time. Speaker, the object of this bill is to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014 to provide for additional sources of funds and extend the period of exemption from taxes. Mr. Speaker, the rationale for the bill has been captured appropriately, and it states that the committee would respond to the rationale for this appropriately as captured in their report. So, Mr. Speaker, to save time, I just want to move that the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 be now read a second time. I so move.
The Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise, can the motion and to submit the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, as you directed, you met with representatives from the Ministry of Finance and the Ghana Revenue, where they
Mr. Speaker, in line with our standing orders, we don't second reading. You speak to second reading after the motion has been moved. So I urge the chairman to speak to it and not to second the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chairman, take the Q&A.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful for the correction. I'm new to this job. I rise to speak to this motion and in the process present the committee's report. The Speaker, we met representatives from the Ministry of Finance and the Ghana Revenue Authority, and the committee after some deliberation, determined that this bill was of an urgent nature and therefore certified that it must be taken through all the stages of passage in one day in accordance with relevant provisions of the Constitution and outstanding orders. The object of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 877, to provide for additional resources of funds and extend the period of exemption from taxation. The committee observed that the fund is a permanent capital investment vehicle, initially capitalized $250 million United States dollars. The fund subsequently received $70 million United States dollars from the annual budget funding amount alpha. The fund subsequently received $75 million United States dollars from the annual budget funding amount under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. The last allocation to the fund amounted to $6,900,000 United States dollars in 2017. Mr. Speaker, since 2017, the fund has been able to invest $300 million United States dollars in a portfolio of some 14 infrastructure projects in 7 different sectors covering various sectors of the economy. The bill, therefore, Mr. Speaker, seeks to amend Act 877 to provide resources of funds for GIF and to enable it to finance its projects. The fiscal impact of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is that the exemption is estimated to be 168 million Ghana cedis, and I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to correct the figure inwards. In figures, from 60 million, it should be 168 million, while the additional revenue sources will amount to approximately 361 million Ghana cedis. In the figures for the fund of the year. In conclusion, after a careful consideration, the committee is of the view that the bill is in the right direction, as it will help provide the needed funding to enable the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund to undertake its projects. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report and to pass the GIF Amendment Bill 2021 in accordance with the 1992 Constitution and the standing orders of the House. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak to the motion, and in doing so, Mr. Speaker, today let me say, Mr. Speaker, that my heart is at peace. Mr. Speaker, my heart is at peace for a reason that not long ago, this Parliament approved for the Ministry of Finance to take a major revenue line that was meant for the development of the nation's infrastructure to be used for consumption. The Speaker, this House in 2014 approved that 2.5% of the country's value-added tax and up to 20% of the annual budget funding amount from our oil revenue be allocated for the purposes of our infrastructure, and it should have gone to the Ghana Investment Infrastructure Fund. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the previous NDC administration had capitalized Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund with $2 million as a seed fund, on top of the revenue flows, tax revenue flows that was supposed to go to the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, in the year 2017, the MPP administration decided to withdraw this amount that is supposed to go and support the Ghana Infrastructure Fund, to the extent that even the ABFA amount, the annual budget funding amount from the oil revenue that was supposed to go to the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund was taken away. Mr. Speaker, that amount was used for consumption. And for so many times, Mr. Speaker, we have criticized it. For 4 years, our brothers were living in a denial. Today, Mr. Speaker, they have accepted it. They are going to restore the 20% of the ABFA that was supposed to have gone into the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund. Mr. Speaker, and that's why I said I'm happy today. Mr. Speaker, we want to urge the government that when we criticize, we don't criticize for criticizing sake. We criticize so that they will learn from it. The Speaker, so that they will free is on proper tangent. The Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, today they have come before us to restore the 20% of the VAT revenue, of the ABFA amount. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. They are still using the 2.5% of the VAT revenue for the purposes of consumption. So in good faith, please restore the 2.5 also, so the Ghana infrastructure will have the benefit. Mr. Speaker, if you are to look at our budget, the money, the revenues are going into consumption, too much. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, I commend them for listening to us after 4 years, for listening to us after 4 years, 4 good years for listening to us, but do more, restore the 2.5% of the VAT, because Ghana infrastructure needs support. Mr. Speaker, we were told that they are going to use the revenue flows to the Ghana Infrastructure Fund to deal with the Agenda 111, the building of hospitals. And then, Mr. Speaker, they've also said that they are looking at the possibility of engaging a PPP arrangement for Accra to Motorway, of which Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund will play a major role. For me, at least for nothing at all, you are using the money for infrastructure. What you're supposed to do, what you're supposed to have been used the money for. So, Speaker, I support this. I support this bill, and I think it's in the right, but it is very too little. Do more. Bring the 2.5%, because that is where the money is. This is too small. Bring more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Okankwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in support of the motion. Mr. Speaker, opportune time for the Ghana Infrastructure Fund, having gone through a 4-year cycle under the Akufo-Addo administration, with some very important strategy. Government has listened. Government has taken a very bold strategy to extend the period of taxation, non-taxation of the activities of the fund to another 10 years. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the project listed under paragraph 5.3, that is to undertake the area of the President's Agenda 111 is a laudable initiative that must be commended. The area of affordable housing, this fund has a major role to play to enable the real estate sector to leverage on the funds that will accumulate to the fund to undertake a lot of infrastructure or housing facilities. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the annual budget funding amount that was initially earmarked for the fund is now going to be a major source of revenue prior to the passage of this act to support the fund to carry out the mandate of the fund within the local and international market. Mr. Speaker, globally, every country or entity is looking for the financial support that it requires for it to develop the sectors of the economy. And I think GIF has a very important role to play and must be commended. The fiscal impact, as earlier stated, is very impressive. About 361 million Ghana cedis to be realized, and also the tax exemption estimated at about 168 million, which I believe is not going to affect growth or revenue mobilization project. I believe that it's a good step by the Ministry of Finance, the President and the government to open up GIF to live up to its expectation as established under law. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable Member for Adaku.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the government for finally yielding to the call from the NDC side over the years to reactivate this very important fund. Mr. Speaker, historically, when the NDC were hoping it to be an anchor fund from which we can develop a lot of infrastructure. Indeed, a portion of the cost of Terminal 3 airport was paid from the Ghana Infrastructure Fund. But sadly, as the report says, since President Akufo-Addo came to power from 2017, this fund has been made dormant. Mr. Speaker, and the inability of government putting money in this fund did not help in any way. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy the government is anchoring a lot of the development projects on this fund. But Mr. Speaker, we can only do that if we put in a lot more money. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 3.2, the government is saying, for instance, Agenda 111 is partly funded from this. Mr. Speaker, the last time we approved a loan for a 100-bed district hospital in this house, which is Shamar District Hospital, it was 32 million euros. How are we going to be able to build 101 district hospitals based on this fund? Mr. Speaker, 2, I am happy the road minister is here. On the 16th of December 2016, the minister told us he signed a contract with Motor Angels, an EPC turnkey contract. He kept referring to that contract as a PPP contract. We told him it is not a PPP contract because you yourself, on the 6th of December, you cancelled the PPP procurement process. So you signed an EPC contract with Motor Angels. They don't have a penny to invest in the project. You are now telling us you are going to build a fund. You are going to build a fund using Ghana's money and give to Motor Angels, which is a foreign company. So what is the use of Motor Angels contract? We still tell you, whatever you have in Motor Angel is not a contract fit for purpose. So if you are going to do a PPP, you need to go back and institute a new PPP procurement process. You cannot do anything about it, Minister. The Procurement Act does not allow you to do what you have done. We are telling you, you have to do a new PPP procurement process. Can be touting this, that they've got a contract with the government of Ghana. They do not have a contract with a valid contract with the government of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, you are saying this fund can fund 570 million motorway expansion, 101 district hospitals, pay the debt of Terminal 3, Mr. Speaker, you are overloading this fund. Though you haven't put in 1 CD yet, I will be happy if you put in more money to do this. Mr. Speaker, the only thing you have ever done with this fund, Mr. Speaker, if you remember, this side of the house, under President Akufo-Addo, made this house to take money from Ghana Infrastructure Fund to fund the Pullman Hotel at the airport. When we were building airports, you were funding a private hotel at the airport. I remember. This is the difference between NDC and MPP. We invest in things that help the whole country. You invest in things that fund people close to you. This is the difference. And we told you so. Sadly, 4 years, in the 5th year, you are not coming back. But welcome. Welcome to the situation where you fund projects that benefit people of this country. If you were to choose funding a hotel, an airport, which one will you fund?
You have reminded me.
Which one will you fund? Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful and want to commend government for coming to our level. But it's too late, and we want them to continue with this. Mr. Speaker, with these very few words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Man.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much for contributing to the motion. And as Mr. Speaker, as rightly observed by the committee, and may I, with respect, refer you to paragraph 5.1, page 3 of the committee's report for purpose of emphasis. The committee observed that the fund is a permanent capital investment vehicle initially capitalized at $250 million. The fund subsequently received $75 million from the annual budget funding amount. Mr. Speaker, all this was done because the previous NDC government introduced the Ghana Infrastructure Fund and funded it with $250 million plus an additional $75 million. Mr. Speaker, government needs to be serious about this fund and what it wants to do with the fund. Mr. Speaker, a paltry $6.9 million was added to the fund in 2017. Yet we are told that they have invested $300 million in a portfolio of 14 infrastructure projects in 7 different sectors, covering airports. Mr. Speaker, we are demanding that you have a copy because you are a member of the Finance Committee. I am not. Mr. Speaker, we need the details of the projects the GRF has funded over the period. We all are entitled to information in the interest of transparency, so that in the exercise of oversight, we can know whether value for money provisions have been respected in the award of this project. For instance, the Agenda 111, we are already hearing that there is a dedicated insurance company, and anybody who has an award letter should look at it. A dedicated insurance company that every entity or contractor who is to execute this must work with a particular insurance company. That borders on conflict of interest. And that conflict of interest remains a veritable source of corruption and abuse of office. It cannot be so. Ghana is not run only by one insurance company. We are denying other insurance companies legitimate businesses. That is not right. To this house with a copy of the award letter, which is instructing contractors which particular insurance company they should deal with. Mr. Speaker, the committee's report in page 4 has this to say, and Mr. Speaker, I quote, the Accra-Tema Motorway project, affordable housing. Which affordable housing project? We need to know. Renewable energy. Which renewable energy project? We need to know. Now, Mr. Speaker, it asks this without any adequate information. to help address the shortages in university accommodation. Why? Then why was Get Fund set up? Get Fund was to deal with expanding access to higher education, including accommodation for students in the universities. Why do we now want to offload some of the burdens of the Get Fund to the Ghana Infrastructure Fund? That is not right. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, Ghana will just pass the Public-Private Partnership Act. It means that this Ghana Infrastructure Fund, as it was contemplated when it was set up in 2015, must provide some financial for the state to engage with other private sector players or stakeholders to undertake major infrastructure projects. We cannot do so, as was observed by the Honorable Ranking Member for Finance. What has happened to the 2.5% VAT, which was dedicated to GRF at birth? We need to revisit it and make sure that that money is not used for other budget support purposes, but is dedicated to the infrastructure fund. If we are to succeed in doing, for instance, the Bonkra Inland Port, you need a public-private partnership. Dualization of the Accra-Kumasi Nkoko Road, you need a public-private partnership. Kasua Winneba Cape Coast Road, dualization, you need a public-private partner. So this GRF must be positioned as if that is providing the government of Ghana its basic equity to engage with other private sector players for this major infrastructure project. But Mr. Speaker, finally, if you read your committee's report, paragraph 5.4, we are being called upon to grant tax exemption for the next 10 years. Where is the tax exemption bill which was introduced by Minister Ken Ofori-Atta then to this House, when he was told that Ghana lost about 10 billion Ghana cedis annually to the grant of tax exemption? We want to know the fate of that particular bill. With these words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Speaker, I think recognizably, we all do appreciate that there's a huge deficit in infrastructure in the country. And that indeed is the purpose of this bill. And Speaker, I believe that spreading ourselves thinly, even with this accumulation, would not help this country. And I believe going forward, as a House, perhaps we can come to some determination on which specific areas to apply, so that when we look over our shoulders, maybe 10 years after, we will know that these are the areas that we have applied the amounts to. To me, that's the most important. Otherwise, if we spread ourselves thin, we will not be able to achieve much, regardless of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that with that understanding, I believe we can now put the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
An act to amend the Ghana
motion
Infrastructure
is adopted.
An act to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 877, to provide for additional sources of funds, extend the period of exemption from taxes, and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amended Bill 2021 is duly read the second time. Honorable Majority Leader, motion on the normal paper 46.
Speaker, I beg to motion listed as item 46 on the original order paper. The Speaker, it appears also as item 22 on the addendum order paper. I'm sorry. The Speaker, so, yes, that's what I was saying. It appears as item 22 on the addendum order paper, but it's the same thing as the item listed as 46 on the original order paper. The Speaker, being conservative, I would restrict myself to the original order paper. So, item 46, and I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Chairman of the committee. Oh, okay. It's okay. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded, and it is procedural motion. So the question is, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honorable members, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amended Bill 2021 at the consideration stage.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments to this bill, so accordingly we can proceed to the next stage.
Honorable members, cross one. The question is, those in Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I risk being ruled out of order by you. I know that we are at consideration stage. And we are taking through this in accordance with Article 106(13) of the 1992 Constitution. I just want to get that understanding from the chairman, because normally as I take a copy of my bill, I'm interested in the Gazette publication to satisfy myself that the minimum requirements of Article 106 have been so satisfied. But if the chairman, as I saw in the report, convinces me that we are taking this under 106(13), maybe leader will help him, because I just got my copy of the bill and I went to see Gazette.
Minority Leader, specifically, which area are you? Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, the Minority Leader quoted Article 106. And in respect of money bills, they don't come like Gazette. You should know that.
Honourable members, we shall proceed. So, cross one.
Section 5 of Act 877 amended.
Honourable Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are taking the Ghana Investment Infrastructure Amendment Bill. And we're supposed to have so that when you move from clause to clause, we'll find out whether there is a need for an amendment to the clauses or not. Mr. Speaker, members from my side do not have copies of the bill, so we need copies so that we can proceed. They have. Do you have now? Okay, my attention has been drawn to the copies being distributed.
Honourable members, let's move on, please.
Mr. Speaker, as I earlier indicated, there are no amendments to this bill.
No amendment.
No advertised amendment.
So the question is, those in favour of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no.
Mr. Speaker, we want to know the motion to which you are putting the question. We don't know the motion you are putting the question. Which motion?
Honourable members, those in favour that cross one stands as part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The cross one stands part of the bill. Chairman.
Section 19 of Act 877 amended.
Honourable members, there is no listed amendment. So the question is, clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause is part of the stands part of the bill. Clause 3, Chairman.
Repeal.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minority Leader, do you have any amendment or what?
Mr. Speaker, I need explanation to clause 2. Clause 2 says that the fund is exempted from payment of any form of tax for the first 15 years of the operations of the fund. But, Mr. Speaker, the report that we just looked at talk about extension
Under paragraph 5.4 on page 4, extension of tax exemption. Here, the report is talking about extending the tax to 10 years. So I need explanation.
Rank member.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, this is not a tax bill. This is an expenditure bill. Mr. Speaker, what this seeks to do is that the existing law, the Enabling Act, imposes, exempts the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund from the payment of tax for 5 years. However, this amendment seeks to add 10 more years to the existing 5 years. So overall, what we seek to do is to exempt them from the payment of tax for 15 years from the date of establishment. That is why it is explained for that purpose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it's an explanation. So we move to clause 3.
Repeal.
Clause 3.
Repeal.
Clause 3.
Mr. Speaker, there's no amendment to clause 3.
Won't read it. Honorable members, the question then is, clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause stands part of the bill. Now the long title.
An act to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 870, to provide for additional sources of funds, extend the period of exemption from taxes, and for related matters.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment, and therefore I shall put the question. Those in favor of the long title say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the consideration stage. Honorable Minister responsible. Now, the motion. Honorable Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
The chairman of committee.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is a procedural motion, and
quick answer. So when she comes to the office, she's going to call me. Or just be monitoring.
and therefore I will just open the question.
Then we can go.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Ghana Infrastructural Investment Fund. Huh? Majority Leader.
Speaker, I now move the substantive motion for the third reading of the bill. Speaker, I move that the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Second the motion.
Now I can. Honorable members, I can now put the question. And the question is, those in favor of the motion say aye.
What happens to that problem?
Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
An act to amend
The
the
motion-
Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 877, to now sources of funds, extend the period of exemption from taxes, and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 is duly read the third time and passed. Honorable Majority Leader. Respectfully, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I implore us to go back to the order paper, the original order paper, and to deal with item 32. 32. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the second reading of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2020 be moved today. I so move.
Honorable Chairman.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion, and in the process,
second the motion, procedural.
Oh, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is the procedural motion. The question is, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no.
So this is the motion itself.
Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honorable Leader.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2021 be now read the second time. Mr. Speaker, the Energy Sector Levies Act 899 was enacted to consolidate the existing energy sector levies for their efficient utilization, defray legacy debts and other liabilities within the energy sector.
The chairman of the committee.
Tell them to keep quiet.
So certainly, I just get up to speak to the motion and to present the report.
Honorable members, order. Please, there's too much noise here. Now, the committee chairman.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the Energy Sector Levies Act was enacted to consolidate existing energy sector levies for the efficient utilization, defray legacy debts and other liabilities within the energy sector, and to facilitate sustainable long-term investments in the energy sector and provide for related matters. Mr. Speaker, since its passage, the levies have contributed significantly to the part payment of the legacy liabilities of state-owned enterprises operating in the sector. Speaker, it's become necessary now to come with an amendment to the Levies Amendment Bill to consolidate and to reap greater harvest from it, to fulfill the purpose for which it was established, which is why we come in with this amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honorable members, there's too much noise. Please. The chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to the motion and in doing so present the committee's report. The Speaker, officials of the Ministry of Finance and Ghana Revenue Authority attended upon the committee. The committee in its deliberation considered that this bill was of an urgent nature and may be taken through all the stages of passage in one day in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Constitution and law. The Speaker, the objective of the bill, as has already been indicated, is to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899, to provide for an energy sector recovery levy and sanitation and pollution levy. The bill has a total of 3 clauses, Mr. Speaker, and the committee, after its deliberation, made the following observations. That the proceeds from the energy sector recovery levy will be utilized to meet the funding shortfall occasioned by the inability of the electricity distribution company to cover the cost of power supplied by power producers and associated capacity costs and related matters. Mr. Speaker, the other observations have been listed on page 6 of the report. The fiscal impact is some 666,230,000 and 311,660,000 cedis being the estimated receipts from these 2 levies for the energy sector recovery and the sanitation and pollution, respectively, in 2021. Mr. Speaker, the concerns of the minority as registered during the meeting have been captured under paragraph 6.4. The committee proposed some amendments to the bill. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the Energy Sector Amendment Bill 2021 into law, subject to the amendment proposed in accordance with the relevant positions of the Constitution and law. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak to the motion. Mr. Speaker, you recall that when the minister responsible for finance, the Honorable Osei Chairman Sabosu, when he read the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year 2021, the Speaker, we were informed that the government intends to introduce additional increases in the Energy Sector Levies Act. The Speaker, at that point, if you are to look at the budget statement,
Honorable members, please, there's too much noise.
Mr. Speaker, I refer you to the budget statement, page 59, paragraph 260. Mr. Speaker, the impression as created in the budget statement was that the government intends to increase the price of petrol and diesel by 20 pesos. 20 pesos, petrol and diesel. But Mr. Speaker, strangely, the bill before us intends to increase the prices of petrol and diesel by 20 pesos, the purposes of energy sector recovery levy, and, Mr. Speaker, 18 pesos per kilogram of LPG. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement did not mention an increment in the LPG for the purposes of the payment of the energy sector recovery levy. But strangely, when the bill was sent to us, through the back door, the government has imposed an 18 pesos increment in every kilogram of LPG that we buy. So, Speaker, I believe that that is not in order, because, the Speaker, that was not the intention of government. The Speaker, the policy that Parliament approved, the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year 2021 financial year did not anticipate an increase of 18 pesos per kilogram in LPG. Yet the Ministry of Finance, once again through the back door, has introduced an increase of tax. The Speaker, the issue became a major one. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, if you are to look at the committee's report, page 7, the increment there says a kilogram, Mr. Speaker, but that is not the case. It's not 8 pesos per kilogram. The bill before us is 18 pesos per kilogram. Mr. Speaker, aside that, not long ago, in the year 2019, during the media review, the Minister of Finance.
Honorable Member, hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to correct something that my colleague on the other side is saying. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, we drew the attention to the fact that the gas levy was in the memo, and that it was part of the cabinet memo that was sent to cabinet. And cabinet has given us the approval. And in the figures, the fiscal tables too, the amount that we will raise from the gas is in there. We pointed, and that in addition to the fuel, the petrol, is 661 million Ghana cedis. So Ministry of Finance has not sneaked anything through the back door. It is in the budget statement, and we pointed it out to them very clearly. We omitted it in the write-up. Yes. Thank you. And Atu was there when you mentioned this.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Elisha. It's true I was there. What she said is true. What she said is true. It's all true. We were there. We understood it. So it's raising it all up. Mr. Speaker, put the question and let's get going because you got all mixed up completely.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Ranking.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Finance would have eaten a humble pie and apologized. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleague, my colleague Honorable Abina, to show me where in the budget statement, that says that you are imposing 18 pesos in the increment for the purposes of increasing the LPG. Mr. Speaker, it is nowhere in the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I have referred you to page 59. Page 59 of the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, in particular, paragraph 260. And Mr. Speaker, paragraph 260 said the increment relates to only petrol and diesel. And so, Mr. Speaker, for her to rise up and challenge something that she knew is not in the budget, I challenge her. She's telling me that it is in the fiscal table. Show me where in the fiscal table. Show me where in the fiscal table that says that you have increased 18% for LPG. The Speaker, show me. The Speaker, simply put, this is an imposition of tax through the back door. The Speaker, because the very policy that this tax was premised on.
Honorable Member, hold on. Honorable Minister for Energy.
Mr. Speaker, for my honorable colleague to be standing in Parliament debating on a tax that is evident, and on the committee it being explained, to say that we are imposing tax by the back door, he should honorably withdraw. If it was a back door, you would have seen it. You have seen it, it has been discussed, you have accepted, you have written a report, and you are still talking about back door. What kind of back door is this? If this is a back door, then I don't know what will pass through the front door. Withdraw and let us continue.
Please, hold on. Honorable Abner, you'll get the opportunity to speak to the issue. Let the ranking member finish his.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I'll give you the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, I said it is through the back door for a simple reason. Mr. Speaker, the simple reason is that this budget statement.
Honorable, hold on. Honorable member for Etiwa East.
No, wait. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, we pointed it out to them on page 210 of the budget.
Appendix 3B.
Under other revenues, Appendix 3B, yes. It says the Delta Fund, 666,256,700 Ghana.
Yes.
Yes, the fuel, the petrol, and the gas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ranking.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, my colleague has said nothing. The Speaker, she said nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, Delta Fund is the Energy Sector Recovery Levy. And already you said the Energy Sector Recovery Levy, you are imposing 20 pesos. I would have thought that she's pointing out to the fact that you have already indicated that you are increasing the levy for LPG. So, Speaker, that is not the case. She said nothing. Because there's nothing like LPG increase of 18 pesos. So, Speaker, I stand by my argument. So, Speaker, and my point is simple. The very policy that introduced this tax is the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year 2021. Yet, Mr. Speaker, if you have to look at the very budget statement, page 59, paragraph 3, there was nothing like LPG increase, a tax on LPG. And so, Mr. Speaker, an imposition of a tax with LPG, it is very worrying. Mr. Speaker, moving away from that, it is important for us to understand that not long ago, during the media review, our minister responsible for finance in the year 2019 appeared before us and said that, Mr. Speaker, there's the need for us to contribute for the purposes of paying energy sector obligations. Mr. Speaker, this House accepted it in good faith and granted our minister responsible for finance the opportunity to increase taxes for the purposes of settling the energy sector related expenditures. Mr. Speaker, a year, or just about more than a year, the minister has come before us again, telling us that we should give him another opportunity to go and impose additional taxes for the same purposes. Why? Mr. Speaker, yet he has failed to tell us what the original one was used for. Mr. Speaker, that is where my difficulty is. Because I've given you a mandate, all of us voted by consensus to support you to raise that resources. And you've not accounted for it, and you are asking us to support you once again to raise additional revenue. The Speaker, to conclude on this matter, it has become apparent that this government sees petroleum as the major source of raising revenue. Major source of raising money. So anytime they need money, they just think like, go and impose taxes on petroleum. The Speaker, that is worrying. That is worrying. So I'm responsible for finance to look at other ways of raising revenue and not necessary to consider petroleum, other ways, not necessary to consider petroleum as the only option. Because there are other options other than petroleum. If you want revenue, pass the tax exemption bill. If you want revenue, implement the EPOS, that fiscal devices that this House actually approved. The Speaker, for this.
Thank you, honorable member. Input to question. Honorable member.
Speaker. I thought we were concluding.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, I haven't called you.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on, I haven't called you. Honorable John Jinapo, but I'll. Please hold on.
At the consideration stage, yeah.
Honorable John Jinapo, but before then, I will give the seat to Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, today is the 30th in the year of our Lord 2021. And I hold in my hand a proposal from the MPP government led by His Excellency President Akufo-Addo, proposing that we should increase taxes on diesel, petrol, and LPG. Mr. Speaker, in 2015 December, I was in this house as the Deputy Minister responsible for power. I was here with Honorable Secretary. Our colleagues on the other side described the energy sector levies as obnoxious, as a nuisance levy, and went ahead to promise the people of Ghana that on assumption of office, under the able leadership of President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia, they will abolish this levy. Today, not only have they failed to abolish the levy, they are here to impoverish the already impoverished Ghanaian by increasing these levies. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, when we were handing over in 2017, out of what we collected in 2016, we left a cash amount, 134 million cedis in the account. Already, they told us
Make sure I'm another. Continue.
John, Mama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just started when you entered, so I sat down to wait for you. Okay.
Are you done? Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now taxiing. How many did you taking off? Yeah. I'm now going to take off. Mr. Speaker, I was making the point that when we were handing over under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we handed over $234 million to the Akufo-Addo government. Mr. Speaker, over the past 4 years, this levy that they described as obnoxious, 2017, it accrued 3.1 billion. 2018, 3.5 billion. 2019, 3.7 billion. 2020, over 4 billion. So far, under the visionary and able leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President Akufo-Addo has received a colossal amount of more than 12 billion from the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, in the media review of 2019, as if this is not enough, the minister appeared before us and told the sector to be increased again. He increased diesel by 17.5%, increased petrol by 17%, and increased LPG by 8.7%. The rationale was that he needed this increment in order to deal with the energy sector payments. Mr. Speaker, 1 year down the lane, he is here again, asking us to increase diesel, increase petrol, and increase LPG. Mr. Speaker, if this is not a failure, then what is it? That's right. And Dr. Baumia owes us an apology as far as this country is concerned. Mr. Speaker, if President Akufo-Addo was in class 1, I tell you this result, they'll repeat it. Mr. Speaker, more importantly, these funds have not been managed well. For instance, under the energy sector levies, all the amounts accruing to the road fund, more than 2 billion of that amount has been withheld and has not been handed over to them. Mr. Speaker, I heard somebody saying it's never true. When we rise up to speak, we speak with facts. Facts! Tell them! Mr. Speaker, in 2018, out of a total collection of 1.2 billion, 569 billion was withheld. In 2019, out of a collection of 1.5 billion, 895 million was. In 2020, out of 1.8 billion, 900 million was withheld. In 2021, this year, they are withholding another $800 million. No wonder our roads are in such a poor and abysmal state as far as the state is concerned. But Mr. Speaker, this state is happening at a time His Excellency the President has declared the roads. Part 2, Mr. Speaker, we on the minority side, led by
Hold on. Madam, I ask you to hold on. Madam, watching those who are shouting, that's why. Those who are shouting. Can you hold on? Yes. Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Minister, your point of order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The mortgage. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague is again misleading this honorable House from so many angles. The amount that he's talking about is not true. There is no way that the ministry was given 2 billion from the amount he's talking about. And again, Mr. Speaker, he is creating the wrong and erroneous impression that President Akufo-Addo's government has visited upon this country West Rose in its history. Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge the other side and the NDC. I want to challenge them, and I can defend them at any time, any forum, that they lack in this country the West Road infrastructure in this country's history. So they should not create the impression that we have 5 roads upon this country.
All members on their feet.
Road infrastructure
Honorable Minister.
So significant.
Honorable Grandpa, please conclude.
Mr. Speaker, when someone we speak with facts, he says that I'm misleading the House. I refer to the 2021 budget, and I'm quoting the page 206, Appendix 2B, Road Fund Levy. The provisional outturn is 1.8 billion. It's in the budget. This is not my budget. This is the budget read by the venerable majority leader, the Honorable Seche Mensabus. Then when you go to the classification in terms of expenditure, Mr. Speaker, when you go to expenditure, Mr. Speaker, when you go to page 207, Appendix 2C, Economic Classification of Central Government Expenditure, Provisional Outturn, Road Fund, 544 million. So out of 1.8 billion, in the year of roads, they got only 544 million. Mr. Speaker, this is the state of Ghana's economy. Under Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia as the chairman of the economic management team. Mr. Speaker, the world over, following the COVID-19 pandemic, what sensitive governments are doing is to rather help, is rather cushion their citizenry, is to rather pursue policies and measures that are proper and that will ameliorate the suffering of the ordinary Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, what we are doing today is a plethora, a multiplicity of draconian taxes that will put the ordinary Ghanaian in a state of melancholy. Mr. Speaker, let them point to me one country, Mr. Speaker, just one country that is imposing these harsh taxes. Just one country. Mr. Speaker, in summing up, in concluding, Mr. Speaker, let me say to our colleagues on the other side that even though we have about 4 years to elections, begin to write your handing over those because of it. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899, to provide for an energy sector recovery levy and sanitation and pollution levy to be imposed on specified petroleum products
Item
and
number
related
37.
matters.
Item number 37.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Speaker, now item 34. And if you agree, Speaker, I want to move the motion. And the motion is that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the energy sector levies one may be taken today. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item 35. The energy sector levies.
Sections 5A and 5B inserted.
Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 1. Amendment proposed. 50, 5B, 3B. Delete and insert the following. Before Fimi. No. Design, construct, and re-engineer solid and liquid waste treatment and disposal facilities, including compost production facilities, recycling facilities, landfill sites, medical and other specialized waste treatment facilities.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, before we come to the advertised amendment, we got the bill just today, so I couldn't advertise my amendment. 1, 2, clause 1, 5A, 2. I want to propose amendment with your leave, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, kindly repeat what you said. I didn't repeat what you said.
Which one? Mr. Speaker, clause 1, 5A, 2.
5A2. Where is 5A2?
Yes, 5A2. 2. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I want to propose an amendment. Mr. Speaker, the 5A2 reads, the minister shall cause to be open and maintain an account to be known as the Energy Sector Recovery Account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the Energy Sector Recovery Levy Mr. Speaker, we have departed from the use of to be known as. So my proposal is that leader of government business will agree with me that we delete an account to be known as, so that a new rendition will be the minister shall cause to be open and maintain the energy sector recovery account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the energy sector recovery levy. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Other member, hold on.
Obi, what bill be that bill? Energy sector. Not a report, the bill itself.
Very well. Honorable, kindly, because I was looking at the wrong bill, so I can now follow you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your leave to propose an clause 15A2. Mr. Speaker, it reads, the minister shall cause to be open and maintain an account to be known as the energy sector recovery account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the energy sector recovery levy. Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing that we delete an account to be known as. Just meaning that we draft in the present, we don't draft in the future tense. So this House has departed from the use of to be known as. So, Mr. Speaker, the new rendition should be the minister shall cause to be open and maintain the energy sector recovery account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the energy sector recovery levy. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Going through this motion, I direct the draft persons effect the corrections accordingly.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with him. The old construct, and we have moved away from there. So we either say the minister shall cause to be open and maintain an account known as, not to be known as. Known as, or if you like, you can delete the entirety of to be known as and say the minister shall cause to be open and maintain the energy sector recovery account. Simplicity. The value is the same. But it shouldn't be futuristic. I think that is all that my colleague on the other side is saying. And I agree entirely with him on the principle that he espouses.
Very well. I direct the draft persons to take note and effect the correction accordingly. Now, Chairman, you may move your motion again. Chairman, your motion was to delete paragraph 3B and insert a new one. Is that right?
I take my amendment again, the committee's amendment again.
Yes, please do.
Clause 1 amendment proposed 5B, 3B, delete and insert the following. B, design, construct and re-engineer solid and liquid waste treatment and disposal facilities, including compost production facilities, recycling facilities, lights, medical and other specialized waste treatment facilities. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment. This is really in line with paragraph 256 of the budget that we just considered.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is aye.
Aye. Plus 1 amendment proposed 5B, 3D, line 1. Before fumigation, insert disinfestation, disinfection end. And after schools, insert lorry parks.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item I. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, following moved by the Honorable Member for Akachi South, there is a consequential one that ought to have been moved in respect of 5B2. The minister shall cause to be opened and maintain an account to be known as the sanitation and pollution account. The Speaker, we should have the same rendition affecting 5.2b.
I can't hear a thing.
The Speaker, I was saying that consequential to the amendment moved by the member for Akachi for 5B2, we should have a consequential amendment to read, the minister shall cause to be opened and maintained the sanitation and pollution account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the sanitation and pollution levy. Just so that it will be in symmetry.
That we'll finish with clause 1 before we go there.
So that the two same constructs.
Very well. I was on item I. When I finish, we'll take that one. Yes. Yes, Honorable.
I. Clause 1. Amendment proposed. 5B3, paragraph E, as follows. Provide dedicated support for the maintenance and management of major landfill sites and other waste treatment plants and facilities across the country.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, Leader, the proposed amendment was in respect of the same clause, right? 5B.
The Speaker, that indeed should precede the amendment effected by the Chair. It rather is 5B2. What the Chairman just effected is 5B3. But what are related to is 5B2.
Yes, let's take that now because it was not advertised.
Right. The Speaker, I beg to move that we delete in line 1 and 2 of 5B2 the words an account to be known as, so that we have the minister shall cause to be opened and maintained the sanitation and pollution account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the sanitation and pollution levy. Speaker, so moved.
In the earlier case, I directed that the draft persons effect that correction. So I give the same instructions, the draft persons to effect the correction.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Now, clause 1 adversely amended. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just the clause that. What then will be the role of the controller and are we leaving the obligation just to the minister, or the minister together with the controller and accountant general shall open that account? I'm doing so within the meaning of the Public Financial Management Act. So if you can improve it further, we will support it in the form. Agreed. So improve it for our purposes. Thank you.
I think the text takes care of it.
So, Mr. Speaker, the minister will do so in the form prescribed by the controller and accountant general. I
think if you look at the clause, it's saying the minister shall cause to be. So it's not the minister himself or herself who would open the account, would rather cause to be opened. And that is where the accountant general comes in. Am I right? Yes,
Mr. Speaker, just to say that in the PFM Act, the Minister of Finance instruct the controller and accountant general to open the account. So it's the minister who is instructing the controller to open that.
Very well. Clause 1, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, before the question is put on the entire clause 1, I see that two terms are being used, not interchangeably but distinctly. If you look at the amendment in item 2, clause 1, the use of disinfestation and disinfection, I see that it's a new clause we are inserting in the law, but there's no provision for interpretation in the new bill. And in the Parent Act, there's no provision for explaining these two terms. So I want the chairman of the committee to offer some explanation before the question is put on these two terms.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this came up at a committee meeting, and we considered that these were ordinary words with ordinary meanings and did not require any special definition and interpretation.
Very well. So clause 1 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Section 6 of Act 899 amended.
Amendment proposed. Chairman. Chairman of the committee, your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 2. Amendment proposed. Management of account. Delete lines 1 to 4.
What is that? What is before me? The advertiser is to delete the entire subsection 6. What is advertised is to delete the entire subsection 6. But what you said is delete some lines. I want to be clear what we're doing.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Mr. Speaker, I please didn't get what you said.
Look at the other paper addendum. Page 6. Item IV. Amendment proposed. Section 6. Subsection 1. Delete. But what you said is different from what is advertised. That's why I want you to reconcile.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we may adopt either of them. They come to the same thing.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Yes, Honorable Member for.
Mr. Speaker, if I may seek your leave for us to look at item 3, clause 1, the amendment proposed for section 5B. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what we intend to say to the effect that provide dedicated support,
Honorable, I think we were taking a decision on clause 2. We haven't finished.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll seek your leave to come back.
Very well. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, item V.
Mr. Speaker, actually item V is consequential. An amendment proposed as follows. In the third column of the second row, delete paragraph B and insert the following. Design, construct, and re-engineer solid and liquid waste treatment facilities, including compost production facilities, recycling facilities, landfill sites, medical and other specialized waste treatment facilities. B, in the third column of the second row, delete paragraph D and insert the following. Support disinfection, and fumigation of public places, schools, lorry parks, health centers, and markets. C, in the third column of the second row, insert a new paragraph E as follows. E, provide dedicated support for the maintenance and management of landfill sites and other waste treatment plants and facilities across the country. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, let me put the question on clause 2 as amended. The question is that clause 2 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, item V was on clause 3.
Schedule of Act 899 amended.
Honourable members, all in favor of the proposed amendment in clause 3 say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VI.
VI, amendment proposed. Add a new clause as follows. Section 8 of Act 899 amended. The principal enactment is amended in Section 8 by the insertion after the definition for debt recovery levy of feedstock means fuel utilized by a power plant to generate and produce energy. Thank you, Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I take that again. The principal enactment, 3, the principal enactment is amended in Section 8 by the insertion after the definition for debt recovery levy.
Honourable member, hold on. What is before me is different from what you're reading. The other paper addendum which is before me. Item amendment proposed. The schedule under the column headed. That's what is before me.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I actually put all together because they were all under V. So I took all of them together.
Kindly let's go by advertised. Because what is advertised is saying a schedule. Or what you're reading does not mention any schedule according to Section 8, which is not before me, so I get confused.
So then. Okay, so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause BI, clause 3, opposed. The schedule, under the column headed purpose, second row, paragraph D, delete and insert the following. Support disinfestation, disinfection and fumigation of public spaces, schools, lorry parks, health centers, and markets.
Yes.
Markets.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment, but using COVID as an example. Assuming that some space, not public, and some space, not market, not lorry park, was evidence that they are contributing to COVID. Mr. Speaker, yourself a good lawyer. You give them generics. We are limiting it only to this. What then happens if tomorrow the state, as an intervention, has to expand those others that may benefit? So I'm just going to seek your leave. If we can even just add the word and others. And others. It will be too wide. Not private. Are you saying public spaces in Ghana are only the 4 you have listed? Is it only lorry park, markets, and others? So I'm saying, for instance, COVID. Maybe it's identified as some other place. not identified in the words we are using now, how do we deal with it? It's just a question. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I get the point of the minority leader, but we ought to appreciate that this is not the only source for addressing sanitation matters in the country. This is a special account being created with special sources, and I think if the policy objective is to focus on public places for the purposes of the utilization of inflows into this account, we, Parliament, should not be seen to be varying it. We should not be seen to be varying it.
Very well. All against it, yes, the framework.
Mr. Speaker, I am of the opinion that the position by the minority leader in this matter should hold sway. Should hold sway in this matter.
Yes, I'm listening. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to my colleague to drop that. Mr. Speaker, this is because the fund as established, we want to dedicate some sources for the purposes of dealing with certain situations. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, anytime there was an epidemic or a pandemic, there is a special response for that purpose. And we cannot use this for the purposes of addressing an epidemic or a pandemic. In cases like that, there will be a national emergency. An emergency situation will apply. So I don't think we should open it up like that. It's very dangerous.
Very well. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item VII.
VII, clause 3. Amendment proposed. The schedule under the column headed Airports. Second row, add the following paragraph. Dedicated support for the maintenance and management of major landfill sites and other waste treatment plants and facilities across the country.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, clause 3, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Item VIII, new clause.
VIII, new clause, amendment proposed. Add the following new clause. Section 8 of Act 899, amended. 3. The principal enactment is amended in Section 8 by the insertion after the definition for debt recovery of feedstock means fuel utilized by a power plant to generate or produce energy.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the new clause, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The new clause is ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 15, Act 899, to provide for an energy sector recovery levy and sanitation and pollution levy to be imposed on specified petroleum products and for related matters.
The long title shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Act 2021. Item number 18. Leader, is that right?
Mr. Speaker, item 36.
36
on the
in the original order.
order paper. Yes.
Very well. Item number 36. Motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 131.1, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2021 be moved today. I so move.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item number 30.
The Speaker, item 37 on the original order paper and 17 on the order paper addendum. The Speaker, I beg to move that the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
The Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899, to provide for an energy sector recovery levy and sanitation and pollution levy to be imposed on specified petroleum products and for related matters.
The Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2021 is now read a third time and passed.
Income penalty.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Energy sector. I think it's here.
Yes, Honourable Leader. What item?
I can't find it here. Penalty and interest waiver. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that
we're going to do the penalty and
Mr. Speaker, motion 20.
Penalty.
Item 20 on the original order paper. Item 20.
On the addendum order paper or
Original
the
order
original?
paper. Original. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Order 81, which requires that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved, the motion for a second reading of the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
Yes, Chairman.
These are for you, Mami. Or report. Oh. I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 21. Item 21.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the penalty and interest waiver bill 2021 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of this bill is to grant a waiver of penalty and interest on accumulated up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021. Speaker, that indeed is at the heart of this proposal that is before Parliament. So, Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion. And I proceed, Mr. Speaker, by reporting that the committee met and determined that the bill was of an urgent nature and therefore certifies that it must be taken through all the stages of passage in one day in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Constitution and our standing orders. The object of the bill is to grant a waiver of penalty and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021. The bill contains 12 clauses, Mr. Speaker. Our observations as a committee was informed by the fact that COVID-19 pandemic has adversely affected the livelihoods of many Ghanaians and enterprises. Some sectors of the economy and sections of the population continue to suffer the devastating consequences of the pandemic, such as job losses and closure of businesses. It has additionally created cash flow challenges for some businesses. This, that a bill grants a waiver of penalty and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by the close of 2021. The fiscal impact, Mr. Speaker, is some 204 million from the waiver of the interest, and then 536 for the waiver of the penalties. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having carefully scrutinized the bill, proposes the following amendment. Propose some amendments to this House. We further urge this House that the bill is in the right direction, as it will provide some relief to tax-paying public and enhance compliance. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to, one, ensure that taxpayers that owes tax obligation or are yet to settle their tax obligation with Ghana Revenue Authority without imposing a penalty or an interest on them.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
More than 2,000 people die every year from road accidents in Ghana. Apart from these 2,000 people that die, another close to 15,000 are left with injuries. Some they can't walk ever again. Some they can't handle anything with their hands. They have their hands cut off due to accidents. And these accidents are caused mainly by bad roads, carelessness on the part of drivers. You and I being careless on our roads leads to so many deaths, so many fatalities. It's about time we make road safety part of our daily livelihoods. The practice of road safety, abiding by the rules and regulations, and also allowing the police to enforce their laws. Police, enforce your laws wholly without bending the rules to suit Tom, Dick, or Harry. Road accidents are killing every day. I keep saying it that the seriousness we attach to prevention of COVID-19, if we attach that same seriousness to the prevention of road accidents, we will reduce our accidents rate by more than 50%. My name is Bice Osekofo, dodo na frame obo tie papa driver tie Mr. Passenger tie motor rider yen fammo yen ho ban afi wote krenkren wo ka mu a memfa mentena wo ka sti achi no monsa a sign bruni friend accident. Do the right thing, save a life.